I definitely understand
I'll
busy.
I'll link in Thursday from the Hampton in Raleigh, and we'll have my board of directors meeting Friday there at the School Board Association.
Okay, okay. All right. Yeah, you stay busy at your young age. I tell you, I don't know how you do it.
You
Yes,
grab your feet and you just keep rolling.
that's what we do. Just keep it moving. Yes, we do. I'm glad I could get on this morning. It's
We do,
busy.
don't we?
It's busy. Um, the COVID
I know
numbers,
you're.
yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, are you 10%?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, we're around 10%
Hmm.
quarantine. Fortunately, the actives are coming in right much less, but
Yes,
that's only because of all the hard work that's being. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
keeping school up.
So what now? I'm messing up. Trying to get my sound right. Got too much going on over here. Let me turn it down. See some feedback.
Are you good?
Yeah, sounds better. Back and forth.
I can't see my background. Let's see. Well,
I'm gonna put me on mute for a minute and make this phone call.
I'm in a tight space here. Over here in the picture. So, okay.
I'd like to say good morning to everyone and welcome to our work session this morning. And at this time, I would like to adopt the Miller to please do the roll call for us, please.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
Ms. Francie Schooner.
Here.
Ms. Naomi Clark.
Present.
Mr. Victor Dove.
Present.
Mr. Carl Hapa.
Present?
Ms. Stephanie King.
Here.
Ms. Kelly Muse.
Here.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Here.
Madam Chair, you got all members present. You have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I would like for us, I'd like to get a motion. First, I need to know, are there any amendments to the agenda? Having none, I need to get a motion to approve the agenda for the work session. So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second that we adopt the September 14, 2021 Board of Education work session agenda. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the same.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Ayes have it. Agenda is adopted. And at this time, I would like to share with everyone the mission, the vision, and our mission statement. Our vision is that we envision a public education system that challenges all students as learners and prepares them to imagine and create a successful values, educators, and empowers them to inspire and spark innovation in every student, leads in education and community engagement, and invites all students, their families, and all members of the community to work together to support public education to the benefit of our students, our community, our nation, and our world. Our mission says together with our families and community, Cleveland County Schools will educate all learners to personal, professional, and civic success through challenging and personalized instruction. And as at our last meeting, three things that was brought to our attention of Delta was that we slipped from ground rules a couple of times. And we need to make sure that we include our representatives from the school at a time to speak with the majority of those involved with data prior to the voting. And at this time, I would like to ask our reward attorney, Mike Galton, that he will lead us with the invocation.
Board members, if you please pray with me. Lord, your word tells us that you give strength to the weary and you increase the power of the weak. You are our place to go when we are empty and our second wind when we are worn down. How do you restore the weary warrior? If we wait on you, you will refill us. If we look to you, you will guide us. If we listen to you, you will lead us. You make broken wings soar and weak legs sprint. King David often calls you a fortress. You are a place of rest and peace, no matter what comes to our gates. Strengthen us today, God, as we acknowledge you, and be our fortress of peace when we run to you. I proclaim these things in your mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. At this time, we're going to ask everyone to please stand. And we're going to ask Mr. Victor Dove if he will lead us with the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. At this time, we're going to ask Ms. Kimberly Smith, Vice Chair, to go over the ground rules for us and our safety procedures.
Thank you, Chairman Boomer. Our meeting ground rules are posted on the back of the wall right over Ms. Matt's head. We use them for all of our meetings for Frederick County Schools. They include posting and approving the agenda, which you just saw us do. Listen as an ally. One person speaks at a time. Respect each other. No sidebars up here or out there. Sometimes if you guys are talking out there, it's real distracting for us as well. So we try not to have them up here, and we'd ask that you don't have them out there as well. Everyone participates, and that means the board up here for this particular meeting. Stay on task, start and stop on time, schedule appropriate breaks, evaluate at the end of each meeting. And if everyone could please turn your cell phones on vibrate or silent. Now, anything that beeps, any alarm that can go off, if you would silence those right now. I'll remind the board that we can use the ban item process. If you have an off-task thought, you can put it on a sticky note, put it on the gray exterior here, and Chairman Bimmer will make sure that we cover it before the meeting is adjourned. Our safety procedures, we're going to, in the event of a tornado, we will split the room right where the camera is, right where Mr. Silvera is standing, and the room to my right will exit out this door, go into the interior hallway. To my left, we'll go out, enter into the interior hallway, get down, cover our heads as we would for a tornado drill. Split the room the same way if we have a fire, except instead of going inside, we're going to exit. We'll exit out to the right, we'll exit out to the parking lot on the left, and we'll wait for the all clear. If we have an intruder in the building that's not in the room, we're going to secure the doors, lock the doors, alert the building, call for help, and we'll wait till we get the all clear. If we have an intruder that's in the room with us, we're going to do the same thing. Anyone that can will call for help, we'll alert the building, and then we're going to just take care of each other, guys. So that's it.
At this time, we would like to recognize we are so thankful that we have the opportunity to see our student representative face to face. Again with us because of the pandemic, we have not always had the opportunity to do that. And also our parent who's with us this morning. So we would like to welcome Ms. Elizabeth Romero, and she is a parent of a student at J.W. Smith, a school that I visit every day. And also our two students from Early College East, don't want to mess up anybody's name. Janessa Reach, and also Mr. Marshall, James Marshall. And so they call him Sonny. You want to be called Sonny? Yes. Okay, we want to call you Sonny. Okay, so we definitely need some sunshine, so we're going to call you Sonny. And so we are so thankful that you are with us, and we pray that you will have a wonderful year this year, and trust that it has already begun to be a great year. And also, we are very proud this morning to also introduce our Teacher of the Year, who is doing an outstanding job at H.A. McDonald, Ms. Arnita Morris. And so thank you for coming to join us and prepare for a wonderful day. Okay? And at this time, we're going to ask Michelle Lee and Dr. Tasha Diggs. And they will do with the academic services part. We want him now?
If that's all right.
That's fine.
We have a guest that would like to present.
Okay.
So that he doesn't have to sit and wait.
That's great.
If that's okay with the board.
And Okay, so you can,
So we're gonna skip down.
we're gonna skip down so that.
If that's okay with the board, he's asked us to have Mr. Recast.
Okay, so he's ready now?
To the way, we don't need to amend the agenda then, we just.
No, we just let him, he just moving up because we should put him first. So we just moving, we just not changing the agenda, we're just moving him in a different spot. Okay? What about agility and flexibility?
Yeah. Well, it's a good, don't want recruitment to always put the presenters first, so they don't have to sit there the whole time.
Again, we're going to have to data commission.
We're gonna roll along, he's got some technical difficulties, if it's all right with the board, we'll go ahead with the first part.
That's fine with us.
We can, long as we get everybody in, okay, perfect.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We are, Dr. Diggs and I are glad to be here today, and we're going to present to you the organizational review for goals 1 and 3. And we'll kind of switch back and forth as we go. The first slide is, the first slide is the Every Student Succeeds Act. And it was approved in December of 2015, and it was authorized to ensure equal opportunities for all students. It replaced No Child Left Behind that was enacted into law in 2001. On the left side of the yellow line, these are the criteria that is used to come up with our school performance grades, whether our schools are A, B, C, D, or F. We have 4 plus participation for elementary and middle schools, and you can see that for high school, we have about 8. And ACT and WorkKeys is a combined item for the performance indicator. On the right side, and let me stop there a minute. At the bottom, this is the information. Now, this is a federal law, so this is the information the federal government uses to identify our comprehensive support and improvement schools, CSI schools, and our targeted support and intervention, TSI schools. And you'll hear more about that as we go through and talking about low performing schools. On the right side of this slide are the long-term goals. So when Every Student Succeed Act was enacted, they identified these areas, but then they went a step further and they identified what it would take in a 10-year span for students to close the achievement gap. And so in each of the areas on the right, each of these areas have 10-year goals. And every year there's an increment of improvement. And in 10 years, everybody will have grown 20% in every subgroup. And so this year, one of our main targets is to really spend time analyzing and monitoring the subgroup data so that we know that every child in our district is showing growth over time. Our next slide, our next area is academic indicators, and I want to talk about this first slide is the overall composite. On the left side, you see our district data, and on the right side, you see the state data. In blue, that is the 2020-2021 data. And in black underneath is the 18-19 data. Remember back in July when we met with the board and the board approved for us to use the 18-19 as our baseline data. And so 18-19 was the last year that we had solid data. So we're using that data as our baseline. So that's why we included it on the slides. What you also will recognize is that the elephant in the room is that everybody in the state of North Carolina achievement levels decline. Our data shows clearly that we had significant decreases in every area, as did everybody in the state. But the other thing that I really want to point out to you, though, is that although we did have learning loss, we did not have learning loss at the same rate as other districts. So, for example, in overall composite from district to state, what is the state average, right? We are 3.4% lower than the state in overall composite. In 2021, though our scores were higher, we were still 2.7% lower than the state. So from 2.7 and now we're 3.4%, we haven't had significant change in that. On the next page is our English language arts data for grades 3 through 8. Again, you can see that we're slightly below state proficiency at 0.6%. And in 18-19, we were at 0.7% below the state average. In the English language arts, the English language arts is made up of the district proficiency is made up of 3 different areas. It's the English language arts for grades 3 through 5, English language arts for grades 6 through 8, and then English 2. Those are tested subjects with end of course or end of grade tests for English language arts. In mathematics, we went from 7.3% below state average in 18-19, and now we're at 4.9% below state average in 2021. In mathematics, the tests that are counted in the proficiency rating are grades 3-5 math end of grade test, 6-8 math end of grade test, Math 1, and this is at the high school level. This is the Math 1 at the high school. Not the kids that take it in 8th grade. That is not part of it there. It is just the kids that took it in 9th grade or in high school. And then Math 3 includes the Math 1 kids that took it in 8th grade. So those are the 4 tests or the 4 areas of tests that are included in this particular proficiency stage. The next one is our science, and you can see in our science, we are 1.8% below the state average, and we were actually 1.1% above state average in 18-19. So this is this area we did flip-flop a little bit. This test includes grade 5, grade 8, and biology are the 3 tests that are part of the proficiency levels. The next area of the presentation is the academic indicators for elementary schools. This is our overall composite for elementary schools, and you can see in blue, that is the 2021, that's last school year's data, and in the black below it, that's where they were pre-pandemic. So you can see that there has been significant changes in the data across the district. But later in this presentation, we'll be able to show you how how we did compared to other districts in our region. On the next page, we have a reading composite for all of our elementary schools. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you can see that the scores are significantly lower in some areas than they have been in the previous 18-19 year. And then the math composite is on the next page for elementary. And this is our composite. And then we have our science composite, which in elementary school, only 5th graders have an end of grade test in science. So this is the state of the 3 tested subjects in elementary school.
Good morning. Good morning. Very similar to what Ms. Lee was sharing about the elementary schools. You have the middle school information, and this is the overall composite for middle school. So this would include reading grade 6 through 8, math grade 6 through 8, and math 1 for the 8th graders who took that, as well as science in 8th grade. So you can see that's very similar information to what she was just sharing from 2018-19 to 2021 for the middle schools. And then this slide shows the reading. And again, that's grade 6 through 8. So you can see that where there were some declines across that area, some greater than others. And then the next slide also shows the math. And like I said earlier, this is math 6 through 8 as well as the math 1 for our middle schools. For science, it's just 8th grade that take an EOG in their science class, for their science class at the end of the year. This is usually one of our higher performing areas. For our high school indicators, again, overall in high school, for the subjects that are included, it will be math 1, math 3 for certain students, English 2, and biology, all combined. And then looking at one of the things that we talked about as we were discussing our data, as well as areas for improvement that we'll show later, keeping in mind last year when our high school students, some of them took their assessments in December. And so those who came back in the building in person, the most they could have been in the building at that point was about 7 days, as far as in-person learning for the high school students, as well as for some of our middle school students. So next slide is Can we skip English? English 2 was there. Yeah, the first one was English 2. And then math 1. Yeah. And for math 3, these are the students who took math 1 in 8th grade. Those are the ones that would count for school performance indicator. And then biology is our only science that's tested in high school. Another one of the high school indicators is cohort graduation rate, and these are the students who graduate within the 4 years of them entering 9th grade for the first time. As you can see, our graduation rate compared to 18-19, how we did this past school year. And keep in mind for our early colleges, for instance, with Craven Early College, that was 1 student. Because their classes are so small, 1 student makes a large difference with our early colleges. Another one is ACT that the students take in 11th grade in the spring. And the goal for this one is for them to score 17 or higher by state standards. And for work keys, grade 12, and as Ms. Lee mentioned earlier, ACT and ACT work keys are a combined indicator for the school performance grade. So they're looking for students to score either 17 or higher on the ACT or silver or higher on work keys. They can only be counted in the positive for us 1 time. So it's an either or for those 2 assessments combined. That's the reason we do not see the early colleges on this slide. All of our students who were eligible to take work keys had already scored a 17 or higher on their ACT. So there's not a score for them for this one. Then these slides are our subgroup data that Ms. Lee mentioned earlier, another area that we will continue monitoring and including in all of our goal work and updates that we provide. And so for this one is reading 3 through 8 as well as English 2, percent proficient for our various subgroups. I'll just give you a chance to look across those. So that's all grade levels that took an assessment and all of the subgroups where we had enough students to make a subgroup. Then our next slide is subgroup data for math, and math grades 3 through 8, and then math 1 and math 3. The students proficient in those, for those subgroups as well. The next one is science. We have fewer students included in science, but it's science for 5th and 8th grade as well as biology. And you can see our subgroup proficiency for those. And then lastly, the combined indicators of ACT and work keys, 17, the percent was 17 or higher on the ACT or silver or higher on the work keys. And so with this combined indicator, this is the same cohort of students. So the ACT would have been from 2019-20 to 11th grade year, and then 2021 for their 12th grade year. So it's sort of having a lagging indicator combined so that we can account for the 11th grade year and the 12th grade year together. So those are the two that are combined.
I do want to just follow up on that and say that our schools will be monitoring their subgroup data. All schools do not have the same subgroups. You have to have 30 students in a particular subgroup in a tested subject for you to create a subgroup. So some schools have more subgroups than other subgroups, and other schools do. And we all know that every child, no matter where they are in the subgroup, counts more than once for us, right? Because they're in the all category, they're in the race category, and then they may be in the exceptionality category, ESL, students with disabilities, and academically gifted students. So there's places that they can count 3 times for a school. The next set is our district comparisons. We know that we benchmark with our surrounding counties every year for everything. And so one of the things that we wanted to make sure we showed you was that, it was a tough year last year. Everybody acknowledges last year was a tough year. Our teachers worked so hard to provide strong academic instruction to our kids. Our students worked so hard to learn everything that they can. And I just think as a district, we need to celebrate that work, because while we don't have the results we wanted, our teachers and our students never took their foot off the accelerator last year. They worked extremely hard. And as an educator, I think that it's important that we celebrate that. For grade level proficiency comparison, the composites, in 18-19, we ranked 7th at 55.4%. And this year, we're 3rd in our surrounding counties. So you can see that while we had learning loss, our kids didn't lose at the same rate that other surrounding districts did. And this is something we can be very proud of. The next slide shows reading grades 3 through 8. In 18-19, we were 4th in our regional area in comparison, and in reading grades 3-8 and the 2021 data, we went up to 3rd position. In mathematics, grades 3 through 8, in 18-19, we were 7th, And in 2021, we were third. And in science, grades 5 and 8, we were 5th in 1819 of our surrounding districts. And at the 2021 data, we were third. So I think the real story of that is that while our educating our students did not look the same as it has in the past, our teachers were committed to providing quality instruction, and they did so at a pace that other districts were not able to match.
Ms. Lee, for the benefit of the stakeholders and parents who are listening in, would you explain why we are talking about 2020, 21 data when we're just beginning the school year?
Yes, absolutely. So our students took the end of grade and end of course test in late May of last year. You have to take it in the last 5 or 10 days, depending on what grade span it is. We got our student data back, but it is not official data. It is embargoed until the North Carolina State Board of Education approves it, and that happens in their September meeting. So we recently were given the official results, and so now we can share it publicly. Up until this time, we could talk about it internally, but we were not allowed to publicize it. And that would be every district in the state of North Carolina.
So very similar to what Ms. Lee just shared, the high school comparisons as well with English 2. So you can see where we were in 1819, and we did drop 1 spot for 2021. And then on the next one, you can see the comparison for Math 1. More of a drop, and I think most districts across the state and most teachers would probably agree. We have our teacher, Leah, who teaches math. It was probably the most difficult subject to teach virtually. They did a lot of training and tried to do as much as they could, but with the way that, particularly with the middle school curriculum and the high school curriculum that they had started in Math 1, the way it was designed was not for virtual delivery. So they had not been trained for that, but we did work on that over the summer, and they will continue having training this year. So you can see that that was a more difficult area to maintain. Biology, you can see where we were in 1819 and the 3rd place area, and there was also a drop there. Again, like I mentioned earlier, our high school students had not been in class very much as far as in-person learning by the time some of them took this assessment in December, which was probably just over a third of our students who took it first semester. And then second semester, our high school students were in school, some 2 days a week, and then some still virtual or remote the entire time. The next slide is our cohort graduation rate. Again, these are the students who graduate within their 4 years of entering high school. And you can see where we were overall in 1819 as well as this past school year. We did have some students who finished high school during the summer. And so those students were able to be counted in our graduation rate as long as they finished by August 11th. So we had some students in summer school who completed some final classes. ACT, grade 11 for this past school year. You can see our 18-19 comparison, and we held that 3rd place slot for 2021. And lastly, ACT work keys. And again, these are the 12th graders. And the 12th graders who are eligible to take work keys, I did not mention this earlier, are those who are considered concentrators by completing a certain sequence of courses in our career and technical education department. So not all 12th graders are assessed in this area or eligible to be counted in this area, but you can see where we were in 18-19 compared to 2021. We did move up, which is definitely something to celebrate.
So I think to summarize that data, we might say that we recognize the importance of kids being in front of a teacher. We certainly know that our elementary kids had more face-to-face, and middle school later in the year, I guess, had more face-to-face time with their teachers. And we know that that is impactful to student learning. When we move into our next area, this is the English, reading English, opportunities for improvement that you guys are familiar with. This is the way we've been doing our next steps with you for the last year or so. There's 4 areas of opportunities for improvement in our reading English language arts. The first one is professional development for explicit reading instruction. This is Senate Bill 387. Our state recently created and passed, ratified a bill specifically for how we will teach children how to read. In the November board meeting, I will be presenting all of that to you because we are part of the LETTERS, which stands for Language English for Teachers of Spelling, Reading and Spelling cohort. We're cohort 2, and we will start in January. So at the November board member meeting, I will be presenting to you what all is in part of this Senate Bill 387, what it will look like in Craven County, and how we'll go about training our teachers to teach our youngest learners. Targets for this training will be preschool teachers through 5th grade of anyone who teaches reading, all EC teachers and EL teachers, so including our students, our teachers that teach exceptional children and those teachers that teach our English language learner students, our pre-K through 5th grade administrators, and district and school level coaches. This is all provided through this Senate bill for every district in North Carolina at no cost to our district. And this is really pouring into our educators. This is about their professional development. The next one is improved alignment of standards, curriculum, and instructional resources. Last year, we worked hard to create a pacing guide vetting process. We feel like that is something that worked very well, and we will continue that. That is our PDSA process of improving our curriculum documents that were required by the state of North Carolina to provide to our teachers. If you would click on the second bullet there, this is quick access for administrators. Our administrators are the instructional leaders in our schools, and this is a quick access, so we're trying to streamline everything for teachers and principals. So principal sits down in PLCs, he or she has access to every pacing guide, so that when they start having conversations about instruction, that is at his or her fingertips. Thank you. The development of the instructional resources were included in the pacing guide. Our pacing guides have become very robust. We're excited about the work that the teachers and the district learning system coaches have done to make sure that all of the resources are at a fingertips touch for our teachers. They included, one of the things I've been saying to teachers this year is I want to make sure they understand that we've had a lot of training and we've been expecting teachers to use it, but it's not all been in one centralized location. If you remember when Mr. Daniel Dickey came a few years ago, and he shared with us a bunch of vocabulary instruction. All of that stuff is now lives inside of our pacing guides. So teachers have access to everything we've been training on in one fell swoop. So our targets for that would be all of our teachers across the district. The third one is to implement common curriculum and supplemental resources for middle school. We have implemented the Springboard curriculum in grades 6, 7, and 8 for English language arts. Teachers will have professional development throughout the year as teachers learn the new curriculum. We have some training that's going to be coming up very soon, and this is for our 6th through 8th grade middle school teachers. I have to tell you that we are getting great feedback from the teachers about the curriculum. Had a teacher last week tell me that She teaches 8th grade English language arts. And if you know anything about English language arts, the subjects kids hate and struggle with most is poetry. Would that be correct? And so teacher said that she was teaching the Springboard curriculum with absolute fidelity. She was doing every lesson, every piece of it, because she thought that if she did it one unit, then the next unit she might know which pieces she preferred, her kids preferred, and what she could leave out and what she might not leave out. This particular activity, student said, raised his hand and told her that he didn't like poetry, he didn't get it, but he got it this way. The materials are, she said, even the activities that she thought, this might not be a good source for us. When she did the Plus Delta, kids really saw the benefit of it. So I really think we made a great selection. Our teachers worked hard, and I think they showed that's showing through that they made a great decision. And the last one is the progress for monitoring fidelity. We have a board member up here that stated very eloquently at our last, when we were proposing the curriculums. She said, Ms. Lee, all of these curriculums are great, but how do we know they're going to be implemented with fidelity? Who is monitoring that? How are we going to know that it's actually happening? So one of the things that we have done is we have started a monitoring tools folder for all of our school administrators. And in this toolbox for administrators, they will have access to monitoring tools for curriculum and pacing guides. At this coming end of month meeting, they'll be trained on a couple of new documents so that they will have a tool to manage what it's going to look like in their building. The first one I wanted to show you, this, I'm going to kind of go through these 3 documents just because I think this is something that you've been waiting to see, and it'll hit home. The first document is our K-5 instructional routines document for English language arts. You know, our English language arts curriculum is EL, expeditionary learning, and we all would agree that that particular curriculum has not been extremely popular with our public and our teachers. One of the requirements is 120 minutes of English language arts instruction. It won't go through it? No. Okay. I'll make sure I forward that to you. The link must have gone bad. I don't know why. But 120 minutes, and they didn't know exactly how to break that 120 minutes up. So we did an instructional routine that tells them approximately how many minutes, and that would vary from kindergarten through 5th grade. We did one for K2, and then we did one for, this is the next one, I'm not ready for this one yet, grades 3, 4, 5. And we identified the district curriculum that was expected to be taught. In the phonics areas, we have explicitly told our teachers, you must use the EL Reading Foundations module. It has 3 modules. It has 3 components. It has the Reading Foundations, it has what they call the modules, and then it has the all block or the labs, depending on grade span. We know that the Reading Foundation block is very well done. I'm not quite ready for this. If you'll just, I'm going to go to it, but if you'll just wait just a second, that would be great. It's very well done, and it aligns very well with science of reading. We have said we expect that to be used. For the RI, reading information, and RL, reading literature standards, they have some autonomy there because we know that they do not see the benefit, some teachers do not see the benefit of the EL curriculum for those comprehension standards. So we made sure in our pacing guide, we had embedded all of the NCDPI resources for teaching comprehension. And we told the teachers that they have kind of three choices. They can teach the EL curriculum, they can use the DPI resources that have been embedded, and they can combine the two and use the text of EL with the DPI curriculum, or vice versa. So that is their option. What's not an option is not to use any district resources. We need them to use the resources that our district, our directors, and our learning system coaches can support. And so that was, that's the main change in that. And there's highlights all through it that shows them anywhere there's highlighted text, that's something that they're expected to use. The next document is the Professional Learning Community Processes and Guidelines. This is what Antoine was showing a while ago. This will be something that this is something we have been working on over probably the last 5 or 6 years. We have been working on creating strong professional learning communities. Rick Dufour is the guru of professional learning communities. Many of us have had training directly from him or through his organization. And then we also worked with SRI in protocols for improving our PLC work. So this document will be shared this month at principals, trying to keep our principal meetings instructionally focused. Sorry, y'all.
I
want you to leave it right here, but I want you to take that off so we can see it. Thank you. The first page is a flow chart of the questions and the drivers that that our schools should be going through when they're doing PLCs. The second one is processes for work. So we wanted to say in this part of the question, this question is where we're asking the teachers know the standards. Can they deconstruct the standards? Have they looked at the assessment? Have they created an assessment guide? Are the assessments aligned to the standards, and are the standards aligned to what's being taught in the classroom? And then the last column are different work-specific items that it might include in their work. If you look at the next part, it says sustaining structures. This is really what it's all about. Strong administrative support is imperative for effective professional learning communities.
Should that be made bigger?
Can you make it any bigger?
You gonna send that to us?
Yeah, and it's in your document. It's a link, so you can look at it. But I will send it in addition. Okay. But this just kind of goes through what it would look like, and it gives them a rubric so they can see, okay, it's all right, and this is for them to use. It's not evaluative, but it gives them a rubric so they can say, okay, guys, in questions 1 and 2, we're developing, but here's what it's going to take for us to become engaging and become more proficient and be exceeding growth. So they don't have to do it all at once. It's little chunks to improve their practices. And then the last document on the list is the one that I mentioned, the board member. We had a board member that really was very vocal, not vocal, but very eloquent in what she asked about, making sure that there was some fidelity of implementation. And this tool is a monitoring tool. Every grade level will create a monitoring tool. And what this basically is doing is in each of our tested subjects, About halfway through the marking period, we're going to ask some questions. And basically, these questions are, how aligned to the curriculum and to the pacing guide are you right now in your curriculum? You know, we're 4 weeks into the 9-week period. How much of it have you covered? How much of it you just haven't gotten to yet? We all know stuff's going on, right? And they may not have gotten into it. But that's okay. We just need a plan of what we're going to do to try to catch it up so that by the end of the 9 weeks, we've covered as much of the curriculum as we need to. Then at the end of the 9 weeks, we look at the standards and we say, of the standards in each of these curriculum items, what percentage of them did you complete? Did you teach to the level of mastery? We know that teachers are not going to be exactly where the pacing guides say they should be. And that's okay, because we have to let students drive our instruction, not pacing guides. Pacing guides are there to help a teacher with her pacing. If kids aren't getting it, we have to stop, slow down, and reteach. That's just what good teachers do. But at the end of the 9 weeks, we have to ask the question. If we didn't get it all taught this 9 weeks, and that's okay, what are we going to do going forward to make sure that those things we didn't get taught get cycled and spiraled into the next 9 weeks or maybe even the following? So we just are looking for plans of how we're going to ensure that all children in every classroom in Craven County Schools has the same opportunities. And now, we'll wait to the end for questions, or do you want to ask me questions about ELA?
Okay, we can begin. Anybody have any questions? Ms. Clark?
I want to ask both of you and make comments. This is separate from your presentation about low-performing schools, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Outstanding presentation, with both of you. At the outset, everyone recognizes what a wonderful job the teachers have done, the students have done, the principals have done, and all of us celebrate the effort put forth. That being said, I take no solace in us being 42.7. How we can celebrate these teachers and staff and students is to ensure that even before COVID and thereafter, that we began to employ effective tooling programs, provide the teachers and staff with the effective teaching tools that they need. That in addition to the wonderful monitoring tool that you answered, my question as a teacher is, I don't want the teachers to be bombarded with more work. I don't want them to have to say, oh, heck, here's another tool, another paperwork that we have to put forth. Right. So that's my only concern. I'm also heartened by you having effective professional development. One of the criticisms in the past is that all good teachers aren't necessarily the best trainers of adults, which you know. Yes, ma'am. So I'm heartened by that as well. So I guess I just want us to go forward to have some sort of effective plan. I hope we aren't waiting until October or November to begin to say, these are the plans that we're going to implement. So again, kudos to both of you. Obviously, you're putting a lot of effort. It's clear and concise, but I just want to know what we are doing to rectify the situation. And thank you.
Yes, and Dr. Miller's going to talk about it a little bit more in the next section, but I will tell you that normally we don't start tutoring until around January. We already have tutors in the building now in some schools. We have vacancies. Most schools have some vacancies out there. We're trying to find the people that will help us with this. We have more schools this year who have internal coaches as well. So in addition to the district coach, some of our Title I schools also are opting to use some of their funding to have an internal coach in-house that not only helps implementation, but also works directly with students still and helps provide tutoring and intervention for students. So I think across the board, we're trying to make sure we're targeting some different ways to have impact on our students and their understanding of what they're learning. That's the bottom line. We want kids to understand the information. And so we can.
I have one response to her, Mrs. Boone, if I may.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Just saying, this is not a normal situation. All these kids, even before the pandemic, well, especially after the pandemic, are under the gun.
Yes, ma'am.
So we can't afford to wait until January, which you know. So it scares me when you said normally we wait until January. So whether we have to use, and this is for Dr. Miller, our COVID funds to get tutors in there, whether we have to use retired teachers and give them extra bonuses, and Dr. Miller, I know I'm slipping that under the gun, but again, and I don't think I'm overreacting, but we can't afford to say normally, because this is not a normal situation. With regard to this plan, does it also take into account behavioral interventionists?
We have a couple of behavior interventions in our district. We are implementing a new assessment instrument for our behavioral indicators. And with the work we do with MTSS, that we'll be aligning that work. Dr. Diggs can talk more about using the counselors in these positions, and just trying to. A lot of it isn't the funding right now, because you're right, we have some funding. It's just finding people are available, because everybody is hiring, right? I did want to say one thing about the 2 tools that I showed you. Those are not tools for teachers to use. They are tools for coaches and administrators to use. So it will not be something one more thing teachers have to do.
Well, who's going to monitor the administrators?
That would be me.
I'll come back and
And her. We all have evaluated.
We're going to go with Ms. Nice, then we're going to do Ms. King. I see her hand is up. And then, you okay? Then we'll do Victor, and then Ms. Smith.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
So let's go back to the first slide for the ESSA plan. So Mr. Ipock used to do this a long time ago, and I brought it up before. I know that previously, we would monitor groups of kids to make sure, okay, so they're here at 3rd grade, they're here at 5th grade, they're here at, and is that something that we intend on doing on the 10-year improvement tracking? Make sure that they're growing educationally like they need to.
Yes, so the cohort is part of the subgroup data that we'll monitor.
Right.
And the ESSA actually tells you every subgroup what they have to grow per year to be where we want them in 10 years.
Okay, so we're on.
Yes, ma'am. You'll see that in all of our presentations this year.
Well, I know we kind of fell off the wagon about doing that, and that hadn't been done quite some time to make sure our children are growing the way they need to. The presentation today was great, and I'm pleased with our data, because I've talked a long time about our data. Our teachers did work extremely hard, and our principals worked extremely hard. And it shows at the schools in the presentation that our internet accessibility schools, they seem to have bigger dips than other areas. But one of the reasons we were so successful is because we were more prepared for remote learning, because our kids had one-to-one devices. So the key to this is for us to hold this spot. Our teachers have not had the support for face-to-face learning that they needed to have, actual real, rolled out with fidelity, support. I mean, we've tried this, we've tried that, we bought this, we bought that, we will roll out 100 different things with no real fidelity. So for the part that I'm afraid of, right, I don't want to see the good work that we did to push us up because we were prepared now fall, because our teachers aren't going to have the support that they need face to face, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the face-to-face piece right now is even more complicated because we've got, well, Nurse Amy and Nurse Luann are over there, and they'll tell you. I mean,
Yeah.
so our doors are revolving like the Waldorf, right? So, I mean, their kids are in and out and in and out, and so staff right now. So that is my big concern. So I would like, if Dr. Cooper could, to put together something for us kind of regularly.
Okay.
Because as long as 9-week grades are coming in, we can kind of get a gauge of where we're headed with the face-to-face instruction. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So yes, we're reaching this. Yes, we're growing here. And then that way, along the way, we can have little updates.
Absolutely.
Because as long as grades are being put in Power School, you can kind of figure out where we are, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. King?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me, first of all?
Morning. Yes, Ms. King, we can hear you.
Okay, want to make sure because I got my little headset in. I want to ask a question. Awesome presentation, by the way. Thank you. The letters training, am I pronounced? Is that, you said the training is in January?
We are part of cohort 2. Three districts were part of cohort 1, and they were supposed to start beginning of the year. The contract was delayed and was just approved in September. So they're hoping to be up and running by October 26th for those 3 districts in cohort 1. And then we are in cohort 2, and we will start sometime in January. It's a 2-year professional development training for our teachers. So it's in a 2-year period.
So we won't start implementation in January. We'll start training in January.
It's not a program. It is professional development. So teachers will start learning these strategies they're explicitly teaching students, and they can start implementation with what they call a bridge to practice. So they'll get training and they'll get the knowledge and the pedagogy, and then part of this training is taking it and putting it into practice. So you have to be a classroom teacher to get it, because you got to have kids. You have to have access to children, and then you bring it back and provide feedback, and then you learn the next section. There's 4 sections. There's 4 modules, and you do 2 modules a year.
Okay, so my next question is, and I know this is not coming from us, it's coming from higher up.
Yes, ma'am.
Senate. Are we going to take something away? Are we going to take something off the menu for teachers? Because this is going to be a lot. I mean, as I know you know, which is why I'm here today instead of being physically in the boardroom, because it's a lot. And we need to protect, and I won't say we need to continue to protect our educators. And if we are being asked to add something else to their menu, I think it would be beneficial for us to look at removing some things that are not necessary on the plate right now.
Yeah, so one of the reasons that we used our pacing guide and put everything that was district endorsed in there, so that they could see that a lot of what they're doing is not something that we've asked them to do or is an expectation of the district. It could be a school expectation, or it could be a personal item that they have decided to use. Continue looking at those things. One of the things that's why I'm going to come to the board in November and with awareness of what this is, because this is this is the first time that I know of the state is really investing in our educators. When teachers leave, they are letters trained. Wherever they go, they have a training that has provided them what they need to teach the youngest children how to read. We are going to try to take some of the work off of them by creating resource kits so they don't have to do it, having them tubs of the materials they need so we can hand it to them and they'll have what they need so they don't have to start cutting them out and doing all that. We're gonna purchase all of that already done for them.
Okay.
And we will look at it. I really believe the goal for this, Ms. King, is for them to get the kind of professional development training that when they use our curriculum, they understand it better. So they know a little bit of the research behind why you do it this way, instead of a way you may have done in a balanced literacy.
Mm-hmm. I guess my final thought is, and I know you're aware of this as I am, presentation, how it's presented, how we roll it out, and what measures of support we give our teachers outside of what the state is going to give them. I think it's very crucial that we wrap them up tight and we walk slowly through this process with them.
So the
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The Southeast Regional, they are holding monthly implementation team meetings. We had our first one last week in Pamlico, and our whole team, we're working on communication, awareness, understanding, so that when we get to that part, we make sure all stakeholders have a good understanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it and what they can expect when we're done.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. King, if I can speak to that as well, I think the best way for folks to understand this is not a what, this is a how.
How, okay, sounds good.
It's not another program, and then we will be crosswalking and show teachers how our current curriculums align with this practice or pedagogy. So it's not something else. I think it will help our teachers deeply understand why we selected the curriculums we did, because it aligns with this research-based practice.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, let me ask. When you were speaking about the tutors, I was just wanting to know for more clarity. How are students, how's the tutors utilized in the schools? Are students going to them willingly, or are they assigned to have because of their grade levels?
Yes, so there's kind of a combination, but we have universal screeners that every child in every classroom are screened for language arts, and that tells us how big their gaps are. If it's something that we can overcome through our strong core instruction, that's where we want to solve those problems. But if a child is in the 4th grade and is reading on the 1st grade level, he's got to have some interventions in place. So our tutors are used in intervention areas and those are scripted programs so that every kid's being taught the same way, because some volunteers may or may not have education background. And that's monitored by the classroom teacher. She's the one who says, these 4 kids need phonemic awareness instruction, and here are the materials. And then we assess them in North Carolina depending on their level of intensity, up to about every 10 days. We reassess to see if they're growing.
But that child that has low grades, the teacher would send them the tutor, correct?
Yes.
And they have to attend. Is it a certain amount of hours of time, or is it just modules they have to complete?
Yeah, with our multi-tiered system of supports, the state has identified the number of sessions and the number of minutes per session that we have to use as our yardstick to see before we can say it's not working and do something different.
Okay, yeah, that explains it. The last thing, the scores that you presented to us, according to the state levels, it was separated by different schools. Are those scores also shared with students? Do they know where we are? And the reason I ask that because I'm just thinking back when I was in school. I can remember when tests came out, a particular story, when tests came out, first test in the class, I scored poorly. And everybody in this class, it was a person, oh, what did you get? What did you get? So therefore, I didn't want to tell anybody I made a 32 because I didn't study. But after that, I never made anything more than a B before again because I knew this class environment, they shared scores. So that's why I was asking, is it shared with the students? Because if we can inspire the students to understand, maybe it's just in Craven County, but we're competing with the state.
Absolutely.
You know, this is athleticism.
Right. So
and the sport is education.
Yes, I have two comments about that. One is, when students' data comes back from in May or June, whenever they get their scores back, teachers meet with every kid and tells them, this is where you are, this is where you should have been, and this is some strategies we'll use going into the next school year. We have different things in place to make sure kids know, parents know where their children are in the normed test, on the normed test. But the piece that I think answers your question best is our use of continuous classroom improvement and teachers using learning cycles in their classroom where they kids are told what they're going to learn. We teach, and then we assess. And kids' data is right there for them to see that over time I'm improving, I'm getting better, and I live in that piece of data. So I can see myself in that data. And we do that every 5 to 10 days. And we share that data with kids so they can start taking some ownership and have accountability of their own learning.
My final point, this is just an idea. We can discuss it later if it seems to be feasible to everybody. But if we can not make it so individualized, I feel that if we make it more like a team thing.
That's right.
We have Spirit Week for athletics. We need to have a Spirit Week for education. I feel like we got to know, look, this is where we are in the state. This is where we are in the region. Come on, let's go and maybe create schools that work together as teams within the school to push one another as far as education goes, not just sports. I mean, long term it might,
not bad.
Yeah, not individualized, but as a school, like we do for the football team. Let's do it for the education team. Maybe, we can talk about it down the line, but I think it might have an effectiveness that hasn't been present before if we attack it as a sport.
You do see some of that in our elementary schools with their Lexia data, where they're comparing where we were and where we got to go and what percentage of us met our goals, and as a school where we are with our goal setting. So that's something we can certainly talk about, you and I can share with the school level leaders.
Okay.
First, I'm going to agree with Ms. Buse in the idea that I want to go back to the progress that we made. She spoke to the face-to-face instruction, but I want to speak to the virtual because this morning I want to make sure that we not only were able to deliver instruction, but our teachers were trained in how to do it better than other systems. So right now we have, I like that we're doing something to hold them. Teachers I know are exhausted. We are all exhausted. And but the kids that are home this year deserve the same level of instruction that they got last year.
Absolutely.
So I want to make sure that we're working toward that if we're not already there, and encouraging however we can to make sure that happens, because it obviously paid dividends for our students who are why we're here, even though we're all exhausted.
Right.
So I want to really stress my concern in that area. The others are mostly observations, and you can come back with me if you want, but I noticed that particularly with reading in elementary, there were a couple of schools, Trent Park in particular, that didn't slip at all, hardly. And so I wonder if we're looking at what they did or if there's a reason. Also, same thing with our early colleges. There was a noticeable difference between the two early colleges, and they were same schedule, same sort of thing. So I'm wondering, what happened there. do want to celebrate, though, Early College East, 100% graduation rate last year is something to really celebrate. So, you can either answer those now if you know the answer to those, or we can talk about it later. You can just get with me. But I think it's worth, I hope we're looking at those things.
Yeah, I will say, I can't speak about, Dr. Biggs can speak about the early college. I will say Trent Park last year, it's not true this year, but last year, they were the only school who had 0 turnover. So their teachers had been trained the prior year in continuous classroom improvement, and every one of those teachers came back and were implementing from the very first day, whether it was virtual or it was not virtual. So I would think having teachers that weren't fresh, brand new people, they at least had 1 year of Craven County schools under their belt, certainly had an impact there.
So we can learn a lot from that.
Absolutely.
What's the iPod?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm not sure how I'm coming through because the weather is a little iffy here. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Oh, good. Well, first, certainly I add my thanks to all of our teachers and our administration for incredible work. A great presentation bringing the data forward so that we could have a sense of how we fit with this environment we've been in. I've always said that I can't year to year trust because of tweaking that is done to the testing questions sometimes and things like that. I can't look at 1 year's data as compared to the last and know it's the same thing. But one thing that we can always look at is how do we benchmark against the state and against surrounding counties that are facing the same subtle changes. And I think this shows that as long as we keep that trend line in mind, and as long as our work, which I know it is every day to be the best we can, to close those gaps with the state average, to exceed the state average, to actually outperform some of our competition right here in Eastern North Carolina, because we are all dealing with pretty much the same thing. I think Carteret might have a little bit difference in their population, but that will be what, in my mind, shows me that we're making these gains. Now, one last thing, I watched year after year after year, incremental gains, small incremental gains that put us in the top 20% in the state sometime back when we were in the full throes of total quality education. That same time, we had all of you participating, all of our teachers participating, creating these pacing guides. And if you remember, at that time that we had pacing guides in place, we were incredibly successful. And now we're going back there. And I know that we're going to be incredibly successful because of it. So I really want to thank you. The last comment I'll make is probably, well, let me just say it this way. Part of the reason that we were so successful this last year in terms of gains against the benchmark is because of the infrastructure that had been put in place. And I want to acknowledge our current administration, but also our past administration that I know took some hard knocks for putting laptops or Chromebooks in the hands of every student, and the incredible work that was done trying to build the infrastructure that ended up paying off big time when we had to switch to virtual. So I can't go without saying I appreciate that work that was done prior, as well as the work that's being done right now. Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to hear from our teacher of the year. She's sitting here listening. Can you give us some input on what you've heard this morning? We're not putting you on the spot. I'm just saying if you have something.
Sure, we're going to put her on the spot. What she thinks.
The pacing guides are accessible. I've always accessed them through Canvas. I know we talk a lot about elementary, and I can talk as a parent because my kids are all at St. Quinn. Their teachers just work really hard for them to learn. My son, when he went to kindergarten, he knew his sight words and he knew phonics. My daughter, she did it because she's actually my niece. And so in those situations, their educational journey is different, but they still have a lot of support from their teachers. So I do feel like and I'm just talking as a parent, I do feel like they're supported. I like to speak to what you said. I do think that we were ready to deploy. I was a virtual teacher last year. And so I feel like my kids did well considering. And the second week of school because my husband had COVID. So as a parent, my kids were supported as they can because they had to be online for 2 weeks because they had a quarantine after my husband's quarantine was over, and they did really well. But part of that is because I'm a teacher, so I made sure they did their work. But for other parents, when I was doing it, I was worried that those kids would not have the same support and the equity, right? Because I'm a teacher and my husband made sure he stayed home. So that's something that I'm concerned about too with our kids. When I went back to the classroom, my kids that were quarantined, because like you said in the news that were right on board, they wanted to Zoom with me. And that was hard because my kids in the classroom needed me. They felt like I wasn't getting up. They were giving me feedback. They were doing Zoom, like, so we need you right here. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to give everybody what they needed. It was really difficult, especially with Math 1 because they paid much faster than Math 8. And so, I mean, these are challenging times, right? Right. We're doing the best that we can. Yesterday, I Zoomed during class so I could record and post my lessons for my kids. So, and I think it's a great presentation. I like that we're ahead of the districts that are right next to us, and I'm excited to continue to do the work for Perry County Schools. So I think we're in a good position, but I agree, like, we have to keep going. Yeah, to level the playing field for the kids that are at home to have equity.
So we would have missed that had we not called on you. Thank you.
I'm gonna add one more thing. Our teachers do go the extra mile. I just got a text from my kid. I'll be late. I'm staying after school. I need some tutoring. So she's staying after school today. And she does that a couple days a week. So, for math. Okay, for math. So,
yeah. So, and then I got the summary. So we still have a few more things to talk about.
Okay. Thank you for, Dr. Doyle, you've got some help. Thank you. Okay. So with math, our areas of improvement, opportunities for improvement and strategies and targets, we have 4 listed here as well. Implementing common curriculum and supplemental resources that were adopted for elementary, and Ms. Lee mentioned this earlier, but our HMH that you guys had the presentation on over the summer, the adoption of that curriculum for K-5, including WAGO, which is their intervention resource that comes with that. And then going back to one of the main things that Ms. Clark mentioned was monitoring for fidelity. So that fidelity tool that's listed there is the same one that Ms. Lee has already shown you. We'd be able to use it across grade levels to monitor that. But obviously this is our first year of implementation with HMH, and that would be with all K-5 math administrators and with teachers as well as administrators, and us being sure that we always include our ECP and ESL teachers and TAs in that training every time, because if they're to support the students, whether it's in the classroom or through pull out, they need to be trained in the same way that the teachers are trained in using the same materials. The next area, improve implementation of Open Up resources math for all of our middle schools. And this will be our 4th year of Open Up math for our middle schools. They have not had a full normal year of implementation. 2 weeks into our first year of implementation, we were out for about 5 weeks with some of our schools due to Hurricane Florence. And then last year they had to stop the previous year in March because of that, and they had not been trained on delivering that virtually. And then last year, like Ms. Morrison just described how difficult it was to teach math in that environment. So we're hoping that we will have a full year of implementation this year so that we can see the benefits of this curriculum. But in order to support the teachers and administrators, they will have access to the one-to-one coaching through Better Lessons, and this is something that we implemented the previous year, and this is giving them one-on-one access to a coach every other week if they sign up for that type of coaching.
as well as doing our large group training. We did training this summer, refresher and initial training for Open Up for the teachers who needed that. Some of our teachers were in new teacher orientation, so we're doing training for them in a couple of weeks. And Ms. Morris will be one of the teachers actually providing that training, and they will also have access to coaching. And then we will have, once we're able to have visitors back in our building, they will come back and do administrative instructional walkthrough training to help the administrators be more comfortable with what they need to look for when they are coaching and doing instructional walkthroughs. And our learning systems coaches and the school level coaches will be able to participate in that. And again, this is for our 6 to 8 teachers as well as the coaches and the district level personnel and administrators. Next, we have the continued implementation of our MVP math. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but MVP has merged with Open Up, so that platform looks a little different than what it has before. And the Open Up platform is a little bit more robust than what we have with MVP. And so we did training this summer for a refresher as well as initial training for those teachers. And this involved our 8th grade Math 1 teachers as well as our high school Math 1, Math 2, and Math 3 teachers. This curriculum we were rolling up each year with the students so that they weren't just dropped into it after not having been learning math this way, because it was a big change in how the teachers had taught math as well as how the students were learning math. And again, you can see the target groups, making sure that not only are the teachers included, but also the administrators and our ECP and ESL staff, because they're there to support those students as well. So that will be going on through the school year. We will have additional training as opposed to just having that one training over the summer. We will bring them back in whenever we're able to do that. We waited last year to do the training. We normally would have done it in March for those teachers, but the way they designed the training, it is almost impossible to do it effectively virtually. And they offer it virtually, but even the trainers who came to us said, we don't do it as well when it's virtual. So they were able to come into our buildings in July and provide that training with our teachers face-to-face. And then lastly, consistent implementation of continuous improvement framework. And this is the training that Ms. Lee and the learning systems coaches will be providing for additional teachers throughout this school year, but making sure that those math educators are involved in those groups that are coming from their schools. So one of the big things that I think all of the board members have asked about has been support for the teachers, and that's what we've tried to work into any of the implementation, because now we're implementing math curriculum across all of our grade levels from kindergarten through Math 3. And Ms. Lee has science. You want me to do science? I'm going to let you do science.
Did they have any questions for math?
Oh, I don't have any questions for math. Do you have any questions for math? Please. He's asking some questions. Yes, ma'am.
Years that we had Open Up like that, because, we've received a lot of grief about Open Up, right?
Right, and Open Up is both the EL curriculum at the elementary for reading language arts, and then Open Up math for middle school math.
So are they loving Open Up math, or are they not loving it?
Well, and that was what I was saying earlier. They haven't had a full year of it.
Every year, every time. I'm sorry.
Maybe she's deferring to her because she's actually teaching it. Yes.
You have to do met at the first Open Up training.
Yes.
And so yeah, every year it's been a gap, like with the hurricane pandemic, and even now, right, with the quarantine going through, so it's just really hard to assess. I will say that it has a lot of rigor and a lot of fast-paced learning, which I love, but also we have to make structure of it with like notes and things like that. So it'll be good to see how it works this year. I
think one of the positive things that I've heard from both being in the classroom, interacting with students, just standing back, watching them observe it, as well as watching the teachers, it gives, and they describe it as having a low floor and a high ceiling for access to math. The way they start every single lesson, every student is given the opportunity to try to figure out how would you approach this problem, as opposed to the way most of us in this room learn math. The teacher showed us that one way to figure out the problem, and we had to memorize that in order to get the right answer. This isn't about figuring out the right formula to use to do it, or the right way that everyone in the classroom has to do it. It's getting to that answer in the way that makes sense to you. And then there's always collaboration in every single lesson. So it makes it accessible to all of our students. It is a different way of learning math. So students who are accustomed to just memorizing and are really good at that, it was very different for them. But I think now, once they get accustomed to it, which was the reason with the Math 1, 2, and 3, we were rolling it up each year, is because the students had almost a whole year of learning that way in their 8th grade year before they went into Math 1 their 9th grade year. So it wasn't such a shock in learning math that way. So I don't know, there may have been complaints that had a rolled up to us, but I think some of the interruptions have been the biggest difficulty because it wasn't, like I said, they weren't trained to teach it virtually. So when they suddenly had to go that route, we did offer some virtual sessions where we had to shut down in March of 2020 that almost all of the middle school math teachers attended. They wanted to figure out what are the ways that we could quickly implement.
But it is allowing the kids some individuality as to, I don't really care how you get to the right answer,
Absolutely.
as long as you get to the right answer, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you can build on each other's learning. So like if one student shares an answer, it's just, I can build in the classroom, just have that conversation so that everybody's sharing and they're also seeing different people's perspectives. Using like the 5 math practices. So it's good.
So once every student has time to think about it and process it on their own and come up with the way they would approach it, then if the 4 of us were in a group, we would each share how we approached it, and then your way may end up making more sense than mine, and then I would start approaching it that way. Or I may continue thinking, okay, mine makes more sense and I don't get it the way that you did it, but it allows access for every single student.
Gotcha.
Any other math questions? Okay.
I think, Ms. Muse, most of the concern about Open Up has really been the K-5 EL, K-5 language arts. This is year 4. I'd like to get teachers in these letters training so that then they can look at that curriculum from that lens to see how if you use it with that type of pedagogy, does it make more sense? But we're in year 4 now, so it'll be up for discussion at the end of this year. Okay?
I'm not cutting you off, Ms. Lou. I apologize for this. That's okay. How much longer did you have?
I've got 1 slide and
2 quick slides.
she has 2 quick slides.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back with you all.
Okay.
We'll take a 10-minute break.
day, you just pull one off.
I call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education back to order, please. And we will begin again with Ms. Lee and Dr. Diggs.
The next slide is our opportunities for improvement for science. We have 3 areas that we're going to be focused on this school year. One of our important parts of our science is making sure kids' knowledge and understanding of science content has got to be the driver. And we're going to, one of the things we need to really hone in on is monitoring and providing feedback to our science teachers in how to do the classroom learning system model. That is where we will be able to determine if what we taught children are learning through that 5 to 10 day learning cycle, and really know if reteaching is needed or if kids are getting the content the first time around, or we need to provide reteaching opportunities or acceleration opportunities. The next one is to identify sources, and we want to make sure this is both in digital and print, to support the instruction of reading informational text. Over 50% of the reading on the any science end of grade test or on ELA is also nonfiction text. So when we talk about reading informational text, we're talking about nonfiction text. And we need to make sure our science teachers are anchoring their lessons with a piece of text that that children can access either digitally or through print. We have passages included in the pacing guide from EPIC and Actively Learn that support the science standards, and all of our science teachers and our learning system coaches are working on implementation with that. Finally, we know through our analysis of data over time, as well as our benchmark data, as well as our summative data at the end of the year, much of our content-related testing, our weak areas are vocabulary. And content vocabulary, and improving that. If they don't know the word and it's a content word, then they're not going to understand what they're reading about or what the comprehension is, how to comprehend it if they don't know. There's a lot of content words. So we'll talk about tier 2 and tier 3 vocabulary. Tier 3 is what we call academic vocabulary that's related specifically to those specific content areas. So with this school year, we'll be developing, we added this past year, tier 2. Tier 2 vocabulary are words that kids come across in any subject, like analyze, synthesize, those words. So last year we added that to our pacing guide, where in the trajectory of K-12, those words should be taught and then spiral through instruction. This year, the learning system coaches, with the help of the teachers, when they are PDSA and the use of the pacing guide, we're going to be developing a scope and sequence for academic vocabulary for each of these content areas. And then one of our goals is to provide professional development for our teachers to teach content in the vocabulary in the content areas. So we know that vocabulary is one of those areas that is causing us a lot of our problems, especially our subgroups, different subgroups that have less advanced vocabularies. So that's an area that we will be working on to improve.
And our next one is cohort graduation rate, opportunities for improvement. Obviously, continue to monitor students' progress toward cohort graduation. Even if students graduate in 5 years, we're still very pleased that they received their high school diploma, but we do want them to graduate in the 4 years that they come in. Again, strategies for implementing the credit tracking tool. This is something we showed you quite a while back that Dr. Cooper and Cody Krieger, one of the counselors at West Craven High School, developed that all the counselors are able to implement, that helps them automatically monitor students' progress toward graduation in the courses that they're taking. Counselors meeting individually with each student during the advising for course registration each year, and utilizing a 4- and 6-year plan that documents student academic and post-secondary plan annually. And this will benefit us not just for general cohort graduation, but as well as students' career plans after high school and for our OCS and EC students. And that would include all of our middle and high school students. And the reason it lists middle school students is because the high school counselors are expected to meet with those students when they're registering for high school for their 9th grade classes and provide that information. And this is something they do in conjunction with the CDCs from the high schools. They did quite a few presentations last school year. Next, increase career and college promise dual enrollment. And this is helping students, obviously, with dual enrollment, earn credits for high school graduation as well as toward a 2-year degree or a program at the community college level, which can benefit them if they decide to go directly to the community college or apply to a 4-year university after high school. So making sure that that information and those opportunities are shared with the eligible students and their parents on a consistent basis across all of our high schools, and promoting those informational sessions and the community college tours. So that the students can access and be aware of what's offered there. They don't have to be pursuing a 2-year degree. It could be that they're going to pursue a technical or diploma program at the community college, but making sure they're aware of all the opportunities that are here locally. And as some of you may be aware, some of the community college courses are taught on our high school campuses, so students do not necessarily have to travel to those campuses. And the community college has started offering more virtual classes since the pandemic started, and they have continued that. So that's been a benefit to quite a few of our students, and that's something we want to continue increasing. And lastly, exposing our elementary and middle school students to career options and preparation requirements, not just talking to them about what you want to be when you grow up or what you want to be after you graduate from high school, but showing them what it takes to get to that point so they'll understand that entire pathway. So expanding those career exploration lessons, starting as early as kindergarten and in partnership with our career and technical education department. Many of you may have seen pictures when Ms. Tolson organized for some of the high school CTE students to go over to the elementary schools to share with them the programs that they're in and those opportunities. So I think we have a whole class at Oaks Road that want to be firemen at this point. So we'll see how long that lasts until the next presentation comes. And then also making sure that students are able to participate in the virtual and in-person college and career tours. A lot of the universities, almost all of them at this point, are offering virtual tours, and you can see quite a bit without having to travel, because that can be a financial hindrance to some parents when they can't get their children there individually for those Saturday visits, or if they're not able to go on a field trip at that time. So making sure that that is exposure that we provide to all of our students prior to the high school level. And then lastly, ACT and Work Keys. As I mentioned earlier, this is our combined indicator for school performance. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to, on the cohort thing, that actually just needs to go on the road, guys. The career and college promise, there is so little understanding of that in the community when you go out and talk to folks. I mean, so with your business advisory council, wherever you go, I mean, they are familiar a lot with the CTE. Holly does a great job. But when you start talking about the ability to take college level courses while you're in high school for free, they all just get this blank stare. So, I mean, any way that we can communicate that more effectively to the community at large, I think would be really beneficial.
Okay, thank you. ACT and Work Keys, our first opportunity to increase the number of 11th graders taking ACT at least once prior to the spring assessment for awareness and exposure. Many of our students take it for the very first time when it's that state required time in February or March. And if they are able to take it prior to that, then they have, for many of them, the first time taking a 4-hour plus exam, so at least being more comfortable with the assessment. And also, if the students do take it prior to that spring administration, if they score 17 or higher, they're not required to take it again in the spring. That score can count toward their proficiency in that particular area. So making sure that they are aware of that opportunity and the fall testing information, and making sure that students who are eligible for fee waivers are provided with that information, both the students and the parents, and then providing them with preparation opportunities. There are different programs out there that students can utilize for preparation for ACT. Many of our universities have not been requiring it recently, and that could be something that is here to stay. We find out from year to year whether or not they're going to do that. So that's something that I don't know if that will impact whether or not this remains a performance indicator for school performance grade, but that is something that has been changed over the last couple of fall admission cycles for our high school students who are graduating. Increasing knowledge of school staff of work keys assessment and how to prepare students. Many people see this as a career and technical education test, and it's not necessarily that. The students who are eligible are the ones who are CTE concentrators by taking certain career and technical education courses, but we want to be sure that we have shared with more people in our schools as well as students and parents what the assessment is all about, and that's something that Ms. Tolston and I are planning to do at an upcoming principals meeting. She's going to share with them the components of the assessment and what things can be done to prepare students to take that assessment, not just by them taking certain career and technical courses, but what can be done in their other core and elective classes to help prepare them. And this is something that they can be exposed to from elementary all the way to high school, and not just right before the assessment comes up. So we want to be sure that that is information that not only our school leaders are made aware of, but all of our staff members in our schools, so that they can help prepare students for that assessment. Quite similar to the ACT, in making sure that they're prepared. Increasing the number of students eligible for CTE concentrator status through course advising, making them eligible to take the work keys assessment. We have quite a few students, they'll tell us early on, I'm not planning to go to college. And whatever that career plan is for them is fine. But we want to be sure that they are eligible for whatever their career plan is or their post-secondary plan is. So if there's something that we can do to make them more marketable when it comes to getting jobs after high school, then that's something we can definitely do. And that's where work keys can come in when they get their certificate saying that they scored at a silver or higher level. That's something that they can put on their resume as well as a job application to show that potential employer what skills they are bringing to the table for those assessments. So those students who are either not planning to go to a four-year university or did not score 17 or higher on the ACT their junior year, making sure that we put them in position to be CTE concentrators and eligible to take the work keys, so that we give them another marketable item to put on their high school resume and make them eligible for whatever their post-secondary plans may be. And some of those students may end up going back to school later, which is fine, but we want to be sure that once they graduate high school, they have something they can go to and be eligible. And then scheduling regular academic advising with counselors and CDCs to make sure that students are aware of those opportunities, very similar to what Ms. Smith said about the CCP dual enrollment opportunities. So making sure that all of our high schools are involved when it comes to staff awareness and parent and student awareness. Any questions about that one? Okay, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Miller for our summary, and she's going to take all the rest of the questions.
Well, and I'll tell you, I started out with my notes, and this is what it looks like now as you guys ask questions. So, and I want to speak to something Mr. Dove said, in really a way that I think he'll relate to especially. So the data we shared with you is like an autopsy, right? This is what's already happened. We want to operate less like a mortician and more like a physician, right? We want to fix it along the way and not wait to say, okay, let's see how they did last year. And one of the things, and you're right, Mr. Dove, is for students to see themselves in the data. So like the graduation rate, those kids are gone. We need our kids now to see how they can be a part of the future graduation rate. That's where CCI comes in. That's where you talk to your kids about, guys, here's where we are. What is our goal for the future? And kids know that they're a part of that goal. And the teacher can speak to that. When they know they're a part of it, they want to be a part of it, and they'll work to be a part of the success. So a couple of things I want to share with you. Celebrations and areas for improvement. We do have lots to celebrate. Math in 3 through 8 was up 12% proficiency. Our student learning loss in Craven County was lower than the learning loss in the state as a state average. The graduation rate stayed above 85%. Student achievement gap between the state and Craven County was reduced by almost 1 point. Middle school and English 2 results were higher than the state average. We tested over 97% of our students. So when people think, some districts couldn't find kids, this is a true indicator of us. 97% of our kids tested. And kudos to Dr. Cooper for kind of staying on folks to get those kids tested. But also, he's the person that performs the magic with the numbers. We get all this data, and then I say to him, so now share it with me so that I can understand what it means. Because we want to be transparent in our data. I will tell you, we have lots to celebrate, but we have lots of work to do. And we own that. and we're committed to doing that. So in several areas of our proficiency ranking in the region, we moved higher than any other district in this region except one. We moved up 15 points in our state ranking. There was only one other school system in this district that did higher than that, and that was 16. So we moved from about, and they said, be careful sharing this, Dr. Miller. I trust Dr. Cooper's data, and he's running the numbers for me. We moved up from about 73rd in the state to about 58, so that's 15 places. The 10th highest improvement ranking in the whole state. We're the 10th highest to move up. Only one other district again in the region moved higher than us in the state ranking. So what does this tell us? It tells us a lot about our students, but it tells us a whole lot about our educators. And I couldn't let today get by without showing this slide and talking to our teachers and our leaders in our buildings. This is a testament to the incredible work our teachers did last year. They were confronted with challenges. They had students in front of them fewer days for instruction. They had to shift on a dime to virtual instruction. They had students with connectivity issues, yet they held their own when compared to every district across the state. I know many of the teachers last year, because they shared with me, they questioned their impact. One teacher said, I felt like I went from a hero to a zero because they weren't getting the satisfaction of being in front of kids every day in the classroom. So I needed teachers to hear me today say, yes, you may not have made the gains you thought you made, but you made a difference last year, and these scores show that. So I think we need to pause for a second, and we need to give our teachers a round of applause. And now to the rest of the Craven County School family, thank you for your willingness to change directions without a moment's notice. We had to close our buildings immediately, and folks went home, but we still kept the gas pedal pushed. Everyone pulled together to rethink the business of education, and it looked differently than it ever has. These scores belong to every one of the Craven County School family members. Again, they worked hard. They held their own when compared to the state, and I must say I'm proud of the work of both our teachers and our students. Our teachers didn't make excuses. They clearly made a difference, as all our staff did. Thank you to the teachers, the support staff, the administrators for the commitment to our students and the delivery of quality instruction. I also must acknowledge the efforts of the district leadership team. Each division was critical in the success of our transition to an online platform. We know folks were out putting devices in the hands of students. We had folks helping teachers understand how to provide instruction, ensuring that our students get what they need. So I want to thank everyone that is a part of the Craven County School family. But the challenge now comes that we're back face to face, and Ms. Smith kind of alluded to this. I don't want us to take our foot off the gas pedal. I want us to continue to climb in our state ranking. We're in the top 50%. I know we can be in the top 30. I have no doubt that we have the people in the seat to do the work. We are going to be the school system everybody's going to watch and question what's going on there. I have visited every school in this district in these first few weeks of school, and there are amazing things happening in our classrooms and across this district. And I'm just excited to see where we'll go together. So again, in being transparent, we have areas to improve, and we acknowledge that. We have to focus and push as hard as we did in our virtual instruction with our students face to face. We need to look at grade 8 math performance. We need to look at biology. We need to focus on preparing students for the ACT at grade 11 and work keys in grade 12, as they shared with you. We need to prepare students for Math 1 at grade 9. So again, we want to be not just the top in our region, we want to be in the top 30 in the state, and I believe we can do that. So we look at science and you question, wow, how are we able to hold on to proficiency there? I'll tell you what I think it is. You think about it in science class, what happens? Kids are engaged, things are hands-on. So what can we take from those high areas of performance and help us in math and English and biology and some of the other classes? So we have a lot to learn from one another. So what are our next steps? Data days. This goes to what are we going to do about it? Ms. Clark, you asked, what are school improvement plans going to look like? I, along with each school, will have a coach for school improvement. I, along with the school improvement coach, Dr. Cooper, and the school principal, and any member of the school improvement team will sit down and look at the data and go through the PDSA process. Yes, it'll be a little bit of an autopsy, but we can still learn things from an autopsy, right, Mr. Dove? We can learn what went wrong so we don't do it again, right? Yeah. So we're going to talk about little things that we can do to improve our performance. If we do this, then what could happen? And we're going to sit down with every school leader and have that conversation and develop strategies for improvement. Second, each school will present their school improvement plan, and I'm going to talk more about that later in November. The first question I will ask is, what can I do and what can district leadership do to support you in school improvement? And then we're going to work together to provide those resources for our schools and our school leaders. Third, ongoing coaching. Each person has a coach that is different than their evaluator, and we at the district level will be attending school improvement team meetings along with a parent rep, along with school reps, to talk about how we can work together to improve each school, because when each school improves, our district results will improve. And finally, you guys open this door for me. What are we doing, and Ms. Smith asked this, to ensure that when students are at home, they're still getting the help they need? Well, as you remember, a few years ago, we had technology facilitators, and we cut those positions. So I'm requesting to use some ESSER funds to bring back technology facilitators across the district. 6 of those that can help our teachers and our students. When they're at home, we can learn how to do what you said is such a struggle. The students sit before you, they need instruction. The students are at home, they need instruction. Technology facilitators can help us provide that for our students. So that's one of the ways that we want to use our ESSER funds. And finally, something else that was brought up, yes, we know when our kids were separated, more goes on in a classroom than learning math, science, and social studies. We learn social skills. We learn to get along. We have resources like counselors in our school. Not just our students, but our staff suffer when we're all at home. We need one another. We need human interaction. We learn skills when we work together. You talked about that in the math class, how sometimes the students learn as much from one another. So one of the other things we've talked about with ESSER funds, other than behavior interventionists, is social workers. We need some social workers to support our students. Again, ESSER funding to do that. The issue is going to be finding those folks to come in. We may have to contract with them because, again, ESSER, it's a big pot of money, but I don't want to start things that we can't continue because then things are missed. So while we can do that now, if we do a contract social worker, it's not 4 years from now where the money's out and we're saying bye to a lot of folks. We will either discover, one, we need to continue that, we need to find the money because it's that important, or we will determine there's other uses of that money. So that's 2 of the things we've talked about to support some of the questions you've asked, because it is truly not just a school or a classroom. This is a district effort to improve the learning opportunities for our students. So I'm committed to that. I know the folks that presented are committed to that. I know the school leaders and the teachers that will either listen to this now or later are committed to that. And I just stand before you really proud of the work we've done, but excited about the work we still have to do. So I thank you for that, and we're all open to questions.
I would like to hear from our students.
Not which part?
That you want all of it on is fine.
I'd like to comment on the dual enrollment that was mentioned and how that should be more so implemented. I feel like it is being implemented, and doing that even more is a great thing. It's a great opportunity for students, and I recognize that going through early college. But a big part of it is an intimidation factor to the student themselves, because it's a collegiate level class. It's a class where we all grow up hearing about the people going through different versions of 4-year universities and having to write those 40-page papers, having to read 60 pages in 2 hours, and then having to stay up to 2 in the morning off 6 Red Bulls doing 1 assignment. And nobody wants to do that. There's more so an intimidation factor for a student. And I recognize that from my friends that go through early college, and also the ones coming into early college and the ones going through regular high school in the dual enrollment. So it's just kind of one of those things that's more so scaring them to the sense of, oh, well, I'm just in high school, let me just do this, and then when I get to that point where I'm being thrown off the cliff, I'll jump into doing that. But just having that support system there behind them, as you were mentioning as well, is more so secure. Because the first day of early college, we're told, this is what's expected of you. If not, then catch up on it. It's part of the class. So it's just one of those things of know that there's those people behind you, give you the love and comfort that you need, also the tough love that you deserve. It's just one of those things that's more securing to have.
And we do appreciate that feedback because that's something we probably need to get more information from students about, like what support is needed. We think we're providing the necessary support, but we may not know exactly what you're experiencing or what that intimidation factor may be that's keeping students from even trying one class. So thank you for that input.
Would you like me to go more into that?
Sure, absolutely.
If you would rather me not, I know this, I don't have to.
But no, it's something that I can follow with you directly as well as a group of students, so that may be more.
So a lot of things that students are afraid of is going to the college of class, not being able to keep up with the work. Not being able to keep up with the work. So the one thing that they like to do is not go to tutoring because they're like, oh, if I can't even succeed in the class, why bother wasting my time with tutoring? When they don't know that there's actually great levels of tutoring that's offered to them pretty much essentially all over Craven County. And so just one of those things of pushing that more and letting them know that it's not a punishment in any sense. It's just a way to be able to build skills that you need improvement on and skills you already have improved on. Because I know for me going through the college math courses, I hated it. It was terrible. That's always been my strong suit. And so the college level, and I went to the tutoring one day and I aced my next test and I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing. There's no issue. And another thing is just having a teacher there, which most teachers are there, but just somebody there, when you're stressed out, they're just there and they give you a hug and they tell you just go for it. Because it's one of those things that the college work, you can't put off, even with the high school work and all the other classes, you just can't put it off because it's those skills that you need to be able to succeed in the future and even just for the class. So just having that person give you a hug. So my support through the early college was Miss Downing. If you're listening to this, I love you, Miss Downing. I'm sad you left, but I love you. But Miss Downing was always there. I call her my Mama D, and she was always there to give me a hug. And then she just knew more about my personal life than any other teacher. And she'd always give me hugs, and then she'd always text me and then message me, be like, hey, are you okay? Hey, are you doing okay in this class? Hey, do you need this textbook? Do you need this resource? Or just talking about this, maybe this will help you find that answer. It's just kind of one of those things that having an extra person there to be able to be like, okay, this is this student, this is how they learn, this is what they're struggling with, this is what they need, whether that be just a hug or just somebody there just to listen.
Great. I think that's also a reason why our school does so well and it's so competitive with our academics. It's just that we have that environment, not only amongst ourselves, but amongst the teachers. They're always pushing us to do our best and pushing us to do greater. And that's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful environment. And a lot of people are also drawn back to going to the early college because we don't have a sports program. We don't have a band program and musical program.
Sadly.
But we do have our little clubs and things like that. But they're intimidated by that more so than anything. And I think it's a little bit of a drawback, but we're just such a tight-knit family. I think it's a really great environment to learn in and to go to.
Yeah, with being early college, we have such small classes that I can name everybody first and last name of my graduating class and the graduating class before mine.
Yeah.
It's just one of the things we all know each other personally. Miss Downing, she sadly had to leave our school, but she knew that we had the board meeting today. So she texted me at 6 a.m. saying good luck. And then she texted me at 11 last night telling me to go to bed because she knew I got off work late. And so it's just kind of one of those things that once we're together, we get used to one another, especially through our ages growing up because, we're teenagers, we're developing, yada, yada, yada. All that's nice and all. But we really are. And it's one of those things of, am I going to learn and listen better to a person that I've gone to school with and I know and I see every single day and has a conversation with me? Or am I going to learn better from just somebody just showing up and be like, yo, this is me. Good luck. And it's just kind of those things of the connection more helps us. The relationship is everything for a student. And I agree with that 1,000% in any sense of education there is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I talked a lot.
Let me pull up my slide here.
Sorry. Romero, would you like to say something?
Well, just to comment on what he said about teacher support, it's really big. I know at James W. Smith, there's a lot of support. I see it with my kids. I see it with a lot of teachers. I know a lot of teachers for the longest. Miss Kristen McCoy, I've known her for more than 10 years now, I think. Started with my sister-in-law when she had leukemia. She was a fourth grade teacher back then. And she really helped her a lot. She helped me in giving me a support to help her also. And she's still there. She's still supporting. She's the one who got me into this, took me into SIT meetings. So it's a pretty good school, and the support with the teachers and administration is really good.
Good, thank you. Thank you, ladies, and thank you, our students. Hats off to our students for such a, giving us, I tell you, you are on the ball, young man.
I appreciate it. I'm shaky, but.
You are a breath of fresh air, and so we appreciate your input. And I have just enjoyed everything, and everything has just worked so well today, and I feel good about Craven County School. I feel good about the direction that we are going. And we do know that there's a lot of work to do, but with the attitudes and the atmosphere that I feel in here today, and I'm sure throughout the school, we want to make it. Working together, we will make it. Not apart, but together, and that's what it is. And we are very thankful for our teachers, and we realize today that we do have some great teachers. We've known it for anyway, but it's been verified today. And even our students have let us know about how important it is for teachers to build relationships with their students. And I often say this, students and people don't care how much we know until they know that we care about each other. And I think that is the key to where we are going now. We care about each other. And so we're going to push each other. We're going to work together. And we're going to put this system in the 30% ranking. Did you, Ms. Clark? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Miller?
Yes, ma'am.
Outstanding presentation. Zimran, I love the teachers. I know how hard you work, students, administrators. That being said, I want to hone in on those 6 low-performing schools, Dr. Miller. I know that we're going to have presentations later, but the schools were low-performing before the pandemic. So I'm going to make 2 suggestions today. The board needs to revisit their policy, honing in on what Mrs. Lee said about one of the reasons that Trip Park was so successful is that they had 0 turnover. Well, that is also correlated to our reassignment policy. We'll give you an example. When I was at West Craven Middle a long time ago, I couldn't come back to Havelock unless there was a teacher that was swapped. But yet, I saw last year, we took the entire 5th grade from J.T. Barber. We decimated that school, at least at grade level, and there were no replacements at that particular time. Is there any wonder that contributed to them being low performing? I'm saying, Dr. Miller, that your enthusiasm is so infectious. And you oftentimes quote, let's walk the talk. That's all I'm suggesting that we continue to do. With regard to what Mr. Dow said, I'm incredulous, not what you said, Mr. Dow, that students should know what the scores are. With regard to low-performing schools, we need to ensure that all the principals of low-performing schools are advising the parents of what the steps are. Because there are some folk that I know that are surprised they don't know that their school is low performing. That is hard to fathom, and we need to just continue to work. I too, Mrs. Boomer, are excited about what I've heard today from the students, from the parents, from a hustling in on the relationship, but we still I'm pulling back the scarf. We can't say as a palliative, this is what we're going to do. Yes, we're doing well, but we can do so much better. Absolutely. And that's all I'm saying. Yes. Let's continue to walk the talk. Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
And if I could speak to that, you are right. When a school is deemed as low performing, there's a requirement in general statute that the parents are notified in writing. So as I will be presenting the information on that today and next steps, we're in a holding pattern, so there are no new schools and there's not requirement of re-notification. But I too agree. How can we know what we need to do and where we need to go until we know where we are? So we need to talk honestly and transparently about that. And then we need to talk about what we're going to do as a district to provide them the supports they need to be successful. So I know I'm committed to that. I believe the superintendent's cabinet is committed to that. And I believe in the presentations today, you saw that everyone is committed, and that's why I love this CCS United, because it's not about what JT Barber's doing, it's about what Craven County Schools is doing, because we're all in this together. So I agree, there need to be unique supports in place based on the school, based on their needs, which is why I believe the principal and the school improvement team need to come not only to present to us, but to say to us what they need from us. So we will be doing that, and I appreciate the comments.
Thank you. And it was taken because I've lost Craven County. Thank you, especially Havilah.
All right, well, that's
did a great job with item 1.
So the way we're going, we should have a little dinner. And if it's okay with the board, we'd like to have our presenter, because he's been very patient, so we'd like him to go ahead and present, and then we can see where we are with it, right? And I promise you that some of the other items will be much quicker. But this is about us, right? This is where we are. It's important to have those conversations. Thank you.
That's right. All right. That was just my Miss Lee.
Good morning. Mr. Severo, were you good? Almost, okay. I was thinking how long my introduction needs to be. Charles Majors is going to be presenting today. I think you heard him at one of the recent board meetings. He has a very interesting product that could have potential in school districts, not only in North Carolina, but across the U.S. There's still some work to be done to make sure that the product is vetted properly. If there's some state contract things that need to be worked out, so there's some work to be done. But we're excited to be hearing about any product or any potential solution that can help our kids be safe, stay in school longer, and stay healthy. Yeah. So now I got to sing with this. You don't want to do that. I'll go ahead. The next steps, I was going to come up after Mr. Majors presents, but I'll go ahead and do that now. The next steps for us would be the vetting of certifications. There's a lot of health things that we need to check on. I'm not an expert at that, so we'll probably engage state officials on how you actually get approved at the state level for these types of things. Working with the Department of Administration, they have a group that actually does that. I don't know all the steps in that, but we'll be working very closely either with Mr. Majors or the manufacturer of the product. He actually is a reseller of the product, so maybe we have to work directly with the company that makes the product to get that approved. So those are the types of things that we'll be working on. We're good. All right.
We don't bite. We don't bite. Good morning.
First of all, thank you all for having me. I appreciate it. So my name is Charles Majors. I am a strategic partner for a company called Global Infectious Control. My company is called ProGuard Environmental Solutions. And what we have is an organic product called Pathaway that in turn takes care of a number of pathogens, including COVID, including SARS, H1N1, those type of things. And the uniqueness about it is that it can be deployed in the air, and it's not harmful. What I want to do is show you two small videos that are about 1.5 minutes, and the other one I think is about 2.5 minutes. But it's Dr. Art Martin, the gentleman that created the product. He's a microbiologist. He's also a mechanical engineer. So he created the pathway, and he actually created the M3 dispersal unit. So let me see if I can get that to play really quick. Oh, it's not allowed. Yeah, sure, the sound is not coming on me. Apple is connected.
And I did. After 4 years of researching, but my background originally was I used to design and install clean rooms for the pharmaceutical industry, for medical facilities. And the problem that I always had personally was everything that was used to clean them was chemical-based. So I had a desire to produce and develop a product that was organic-based, and I did. After 4 years of researching botanical and natural-based products, we came up with some products that we could formalize and compound into a final product to do what we do. The result of that is a product that we call Pathaway. It's totally organic, it's certified non-GMO, has no alcohol, no drugs, and no added chemicals. This product has been tested in over 4,000 buildings in about 15 or 16 countries, and it's effective against, at this point, more than 150 individual items. Those individual items include common things you hear about all the time. Salmonella, E. coli, hospitals have a big problem with MRSA and C. diff, but the product's also effective against Mycobacterium tuberculosis. It's actually effective against H1N1, the original SARS virus, and the MERS virus. The important part about that is those three viruses are structurally identical to the COVID-19 problem that we have right now. And this product was recently tested in a CDC-approved laboratory against the current COVID-19 problem, and our kill rate was less than 2 minutes. So the product has a wide variety of uses, and because it's so user-friendly and so totally non-toxic, it's being used in children's toothpaste as an antibiotic. It's actually used in women's vaginal cream as an effective use against Candida albicans. We're ready to take this thing out to the general market. It already is out there now, but now we're ready to go on a global basis through our entire network. And if you have any questions, you can contact us through the website. There's a contact link. Feel free to use the phone number to call me, email me, and we'll answer your questions and we'll help you solve your problems.
So again, that was Dr. Martin. Sorry for that. Like I said, he is the creator of the product, and he been in business about 40 years. He got into infectious control, just kind of like he said, on the agricultural level. So he had to develop something that was organic, that could be used so that we could take care of pathogens and things like that in regards to food. Let's see my presentation. There we go. All right, so here's the second video I want to share. So this video is going to outline the actual dispersal unit, the M3, which attaches to your HVAC system. It provides 24/7 coverage in regards to the dispersal of the product. So in a sense, like a room such as this, you would attach it to the HVAC unit that's dedicated to these vents. It would actually put whatever setting you put it on to disperse whatever amount that would be adequate for the cubic footage in this room. It would probably spray on an interval of maybe 10 to 15 minutes. And the amount of spray is about the same amount that you would if you took a 409 bottle and squeezed it once. Then that's about as much as going to come out at one time. So it's not anything that you're going to actually breathe. You're not going to, I'm sorry, that would actually affect your breathing. You're not going to really smell it. It's not going to affect your eyes or anything like that. So it's not, when you talk about treating a room or treating the air, you automatically think fumigation. and it's definitely not that. If you've been in the plane anytime between February and now, he actually has that unit up and running. So, I mean, you walk in, you don't know what's there until somebody tells you that it's there. But it's constantly killing not only COVID, but anything else that's in the air. COVID, pathway actually works like, it's almost like a sickle. Any viruses that are in the room, it takes care of the virus on a molecular level. So you have these molecules, you have pathway molecules, and it's essentially cutting those molecules in half, which renders them lifeless, so you can't transmit the virus. The reason that's good is because no matter what mutation this virus takes, it's still going to be effective against that virus. So it doesn't matter if it's the Delta, it doesn't matter if it's the new virus that's now on the WHO's concern list now. And from what I read on it, it's supposed to be as transmissible as the Delta, but it's supposed to be more vaccine resistant. So that's one that's portraying our company again. So, we're trying to keep an eye on that, but that's the next thing on the pike. And I mean, this thing is just going to continue to mutate. So this system is necessary. Because again, even with the vaccines are created to take care of whatever strand that it's created to, against. So once that strand mutates 2 or 3 times, and the vaccines aren't as effective as they were on the original strand. So, this vaccine that we're currently taking was created on the very first strand of COVID. It's mutated 4 times. So, granted, there's still a lot of efficacy as it continues to mutate, then, that becomes less. And that's why they're talking about booster shots and things like that. So this is the M3.
Developed as a totally unique system to protect you against COVID-19 and other airborne pathogens. And it's a combination. It's a combination of a totally organic, alcohol-free, chemical-free, drug-free product that we produced and patented that at this point kills well over 150 pathogens, including COVID-19. Second part of it is the machine. What this machine does is it hooks up to your air conditioning system and it puts this fluid into the airstream at a fixed amount at a fixed time interval. And the idea and the purpose behind this is to protect your indoor atmosphere 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Very simple, not complicated, very easy to install. We have proven results in multiple buildings. We have proven results with our product from a laboratory that's approved by CDC. There's lots of information on our website. You can find us through email, the website, contact page. There's a phone number there. We're here to help you solve your problem.
So that's all right. Oh, you want to do that? So again, so that's basically the two components to the system. You have the disperser unit and you actually have the product. So I'm going to show you what one of the lab reports actually looks like. So this is a facility that we take care of in Charlotte. It's about a 750,000 cubic foot building. So what we did here is we installed, this building should take about 8 units, but we actually installed one just so that we could see what that would do, kind of like a test unit. So, I mean, every report that you get, I mean, it's going to be just a litany of information. Eurofins, that's the lab that we actually use inside of Phoenix. But this is what you're looking at. So you take an air sample before you install the units, and this is how they break it down into all these different things. And I mean, I could read them all out, but it doesn't, it's just a lot of different things that are in the air. What you really want to look at is like the total spore count. And then again, once you put the unit in, this one we actually were able to get control of the environment within about 5 days. but this was a completely wide open space too. So one unit through Brownian Motion could take care of that entire space. When you're dealing with a building such as this, you have different zones that you're gonna have to, count for. But like I said, this one gets a little complicated, so let me show you an easy, like I said, an easier one, but a smaller one that's a little simpler for us to. Here we go. Okay, so this is a restaurant. So we took an air sample, air quality test. So like I said, the total spore count is really what you want to look at. So first category, 530, second is 1,500, third is 1,300. So after 30 days with the M3, those numbers went from those original numbers to 210 in the first category, 170, and 13. And what those represent, like I said, are just spores, mold, mildew, like I said, any other contagious viruses, anything like that, are all encompassed in the air. So basically, this cleans a multitude of things. So it's not just going to be, COVID-19, but like in Havelock Middle School, that was hit pretty hard by Florence. And the air quality there might be a little bit worse than it is in other places just because of the flooding. I mean, you put these units in that school, and again, not only is it protecting them from COVID, not letting them transmit the disease, it can actually make mask optional again, keep kids from having to quarantine, but it's also going to take care of the mold and the mildew and just make the quality of the air just that much better. So that's pretty much what it does.
You have any questions? Mr. Durr?
You had mentioned something about safe around food, and I saw the children like in the cafeteria. So if say it's saturated food, actually, would it be safe to eat the food? Since you said it was designed to be around the food,
like you can actually drink it. It's not good, but you can drink it. Like I said, they used to put it in toothpaste. I think it was in Malaysia. They had somewhat of an outbreak of like a fungus that was in children's mouths. So they put it in the toothpaste so that they could, brush your teeth with it, and it cleared that up. So it's the greatest thing about pathway and traditional sanitizers. For one, if I came in right now and I could treat this room while everybody was in it, you don't have to wipe anything down. You don't have to wipe anything off the walls. So it's going to cut down on your time for treatment. Traditional sanitizing, first of all, you all would have to get out. I would have to come in and treat. I would have to wait 15 to 20 minutes for the contact surfaces to actually work. Then I would have to wipe everything down so that you guys can come back into this room and actually use the facilities. So this cuts down on that whole situation. Now, as far as, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, Charles, I've used your product, right? Yeah. So I purchased a fogger for my home and individual self-foggers for me and members of my family. At Christmas last year, when I had a super spreader event at my house, right? I mean, I had people from all over the country fly home for Christmas. Nobody got sick. Nobody got sick, right? And this is the person that's coming off of COVID from last week, so. With my big negative test. I mean, we're going to get it. We're going to be exposed to it. We're going to have it. If Charles' product meets the safety protocols, or, and it may not be Charles. I mean, there's products out there that are useful. And I've been trying to get you to talk to the school system for how long?
It's been about a year.
We've got to be proactive. We get our COVID numbers from Dr. Miller all the time, and it is like a Waldorf or a yo-yo that's gone crazy, or one of those little rubber balls that you throw down. We've got teachers out, teachers in, kids out, and for Nurse Amy and Nurse Luann, they should both be sitting over there bald-headed. They're trying to keep up with all this, and I know that last night they were probably working until what, ladies, 10, 11 o'clock later. So, I mean, to me, I think it's just something that's worth looking into. I mean, what do they say? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? It's not going to hurt.
I mean, and I can actually email you guys the FDA approval, the CDC approval, those things.
Could you do that?
Yes, yes. Actually, if I can get, yeah, Stacey, yeah, yes.
And you said to me, I didn't even know what you were talking about, so Mr. Lee is, and, you know, whoever works with him, they could get it and, you know, bring it back to us.
Okay.
With all the, like, he has the next steps up there anyway, and so he'll take it from there, you know, and, we were interested, I was one of the ones that was interested in hearing the presentation. I haven't even talked to Kelly about it, but when you came that night to the board, you did say that you did mention it, and I thought it would be good to have you come in and at least talk to us about it.
Absolutely.
You know, with COVID, the way that it is, if there's anything that we can do that will help keep our children in school, we're willing to listen. And so I'm sure that Mr. Lee and the person that worked, the individual that worked with him will do all the, you know, and make a recommendation to us at some point so that we can at least talk about it. But we did want to hear the presentation.
Awesome. Thank you. And even in regards to the math, like my kids, so I have a son that's at Grover C, I have a son that's at Newport High. And I send them to school with the mini fathers. You know, because the biggest concern that I found out from the parents during the last school board meeting is that they were talking about, okay, you know, throughout the day, your mask is going to get particulates, whatever on them, you know, throughout the day. And they were talking about, you know, trying to change them 3, 4, 5 times a day. Well, my kids probably twice a day spray the mask with the pathway that kills any bacteria that's on the mask. Because it's organic, they can just continue to use the mask and just, you know, go on and breathe through the day. So they have one cloth mask that they wear, and they keep it sprayed, and they're good to go. When they get on the bus, they spray the area that they're going to sit at, and they sit down, and they're good to go. And they haven't had any issues, any problems, or anything like that.
Thank you. Well, we certainly appreciate. Everybody have any questions?
No, just a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you for your presentation, but I'm sure we're making a referral to cabinet. I would also ask the cabinet be directed to look into other filtration systems as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you for coming to make the presentation. We appreciate you coming to the meeting to make it known that we do have something that we thought would benefit us. Yes, Mr. Gordon.
Yeah, that was a good point. I know most companies do have some type of research compared to other companies. Do you all, I'm sorry, everybody. Do you all have any type of research? Because I think Pitt County, a friend of mine works down there, and they have a system down there, I believe, that they're using in their system, in their HVAC.
Yeah, so I know that Biden uses, it's Terminex supplies a machine that negatively charges the ionic particles in the air, which essentially turns the filtration system into a magnet. So it's going to charge the air, it's going to bring all the COVID molecules to this machine, it's going to go through the machine like a HEPA filter on steroids and push the air back out, and they're supposed to be cleansed. Couple things wrong with that. Number one is if the machine is behind me, I'm standing right here and I'm getting all the COVID. Number two, nobody really knows exactly what the long-term effects of negatively charging the air will end up being. So there's still, and it's like everything else. I mean, everything is kind of a new technology in regards to what's going on right now because the pandemic just started last year. I will say that in regards to the pathway and the M3, these weren't implemented last year to take care of what's going on. These have been implemented for the last 10 to 15 years. They have just been proven to take care of what's going on. So that's the difference between, what's going on with this and, other things that you're going to probably find. This has been here. This wasn't just created for this situation. This is going to take care of a multitude of things that are going to come down the line as well.
Okay. I want to be clear, because I don't want to leave this interpreted. We are not offering this young man a contract. He just came to make a presentation to see if this was something that we would be interested in using. We're not entering into a contract. because I know how things can get out, people interpret things they want to. We're not saying this. He came to the meeting. It sounded like he had a service that we could use to help with our COVID situation. And we thought that it would be great to hear him come and make his presentation. This is what he has done. And so, naturally, I'm not going to step below my line. I'm going to stay above the line. But there are other folks who will look into it and then they will bring it back to us, and certainly we will have further discussion. But we're not entering into a contract with anybody today. Mr. Major understood that when he came. He's really coming to make a presentation about a product that he thinks that we could benefit from. And that's what he has done. And we really appreciate you doing that.
When Mr. Lee did, that's in the email that he sent me as well. So
right.
I was well aware of that when I got here.
He did, that's right. That's a better.
With that being said, which is absolutely correct, but since the presentation has been made, it seems that it could help with the numbers and the reports we get every day. If we're going to do something, can we decide right now what's going to be the next step as far as researching the other products that may be out there? Can we get a timeline on when that'll be presented to us so we could possibly not just speak about it and let it pass by? How can we focus on the situation so we can hopefully have some type of work with our numbers in the next month?
That's our next, he gave the next steps. Yeah.
This is about the next steps are getting the proper agencies and vetting the product. I wish I could tell you a timeline, but
that's what I was saying. The type of COVID is, I don't hear now.
Yeah, I don't know the timeline on how long this will take.
I mean, and just to let you know, I did hear him say that, but if something's out in the air, smoke could float in the air forever.
Right.
I mean, we're going to execute making it happen. So a timeline will need to be established.
We'll do this as quickly as we can. I mean, we have my commitment on that.
That's what I was saying. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate that. Could you stay in here to do your presentation? All right, good. Thank you. Okay, this is a quick one if you'd like me to do this part. Yeah, of course. Right, you got you're next.
All right, and just a quick update. The board members had asked for an update on low-performing schools and school improvement plans. So this is just kind of a summary presentation. As a reminder, low-performing schools are determined based on school performance grades as well as EBOS, which is student growth. Low-performing schools are those that receive a performance grade of D or F and either met expected growth or did not meet expected growth. For the 2021 school year, of course, there were waivers that have been approved that no additional schools will be added as low performing. The current low performing schools will maintain that status. So to speak to Ms. Clark's point, there would no need to send additional parent letters. All of those requirements have been met by these schools that were initially low performing. Certainly we want to continue to address the issues that made them low performing and pull them out of that status. So this year, if the state puts those measures back in place, it would be great if we did not have these 6 low-performing schools: HJ, Half-Life Middle, JT Barber, Oaks Road Elementary, Vanceboro Farm Life, and West Craven Middle. So the next steps regarding our low-performing schools is very similar to all of our schools because we want all schools to grow and improve. Each school leader, as I shared with you already, will present their school improvement plans on the assigned dates in November, and that's what I need some board commitment on because I know some of you will want to be present for those presentations. There will be a Q&A following each presentation, along with a discussion relative to district supports needed for each of these low-performing schools, as well as all of our schools, in order to see improvement. So the date options, November 3rd, 4th, and 5th, or November 8th, 9th, and 10th, and I know there's some board trainings and things going on, so I will put that to the board for a recommendation of those dates so that any folks that would like to participate, what we're going to do is we will do all of the Havelock area schools on one day. We'll do the central schools and then the western schools on another day. Certainly all the board members are invited to all the presentations, but I know that you particularly have schools that are on your watch list, whether they be in your area or whether it be the low performing status. So we will do the presentations on 3 days. Each principal will get be able to select a time that works best for them on their appointed day. So I will turn that over to the board chair for a discussion on selection of dates, November 3rd, 4th, and 5th, or November 8th, 9th, and 10th.
November 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And the other one, 8th, 9th, and 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are options?
Because we want this to happen prior to the board meeting, because each board member will get the school improvement document, which is going to be a one-pager front and back with where they currently are, what strategies specific to that school that they're using to improve results, and they will present that. But every board member will get each school improvement plan that you will approve in November. So it's important that we have these meetings so you can ask questions prior to the November board meeting.
Okay. Any days that fine with me, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I need to weigh in. Remember that November 10th, 11th, and 12th is the annual conference for the School Board Association. So there would probably be travel on the 9th relative to that.
So would you prefer the 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
I would.
Okay. Is that okay with everybody? Then I will schedule those times and I will let the board know which schools are presenting on which days, and then you can attend the dates that you so choose. But again, you will get a copy of all school improvement plan documents for your review prior to the next board meeting.
So November 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yes, ma'am. I'll send that to you and which schools are assigned. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions for Dr. Miller? Anybody? Okay, so now we're with the Human Resource Service report. Dr. Nishan Dawson.
Good morning. Good morning. You have before you the Human Resource Division Report 3 with our recommendations for employment as well as our vacancies for Creighton County Schools.
Can I ask you, the hard copy that we got this morning, is the only thing that's changed on this is the first box?
Yes.
So everything else is the same of the one we got earlier?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Is you guys satisfied with the Human Resource report? Okay, any questions? Nothing need to be pulled, all right? I need to get a motion to approve the Human Resource report.
So moved.
Second.
That the Human Resource report be approved. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, the report is approved. Thank you, Dr. Dawson.
Thank you.
System and operation. Mr. Lee.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chairman. So today I bring forth 3 facilities we request for approval. In And just the process for all of these are all put out requests for proposals. We got at least 3 bids, 3 valid bids on every proposal that we sent out, and the low bid was chosen on every one of those. The first one is the interior door replacement at Newbern High School. Team Construction is the low bid at $430,000, and this is going to involve 81 door replacements for Newbern High School, 5 door replacements for Newbern High School, which is long overdue and was really at the recommendation of the fire marshal. I'm happy to answer any questions. 430. They're very expensive, yes, sir. We were a little bit taken back by the amount of the bid, but they were consistent bids. Mr. Duff, we're seeing everything coming back much more expensive than previous years.
How many years did we have?
I'm sorry?
How many years did we receive?
4. I'm sorry.
So this is 3 up here?
Yes.
You have to have a minimum of 3 bids.
Right.
So why in the world is this first one so much higher than the one that we got?
I don't know. I don't know why their bid would have been much higher than the others. You know, they could have priced that material differently. Labor could have been different. But either way, we always, unless there's some compelling reason not to take the lowest bid, we always take the lowest bid.
That's a big spread for them.
Yes, ma'am. It is.
And Ms. Boomer, if I can jump in, we had a discussion with the commissioners. This was something that they asked us the status, and they committed to support us in this. And, but again, it was way more than that project commitment was, and they asked us about this. So I've let the chairman of commissioners know where we stood with this, and that we would be using funds because they wanted to see this happen because of the nature of it being like a fire code type issue.
Yes, ma'am. We switched all of this over to ESSER funds instead of capital funds.
So we're talking about interior doors, like those, the fire doors, metal doors.
Yeah, I have to. Okay. So we want to do these individually because
whatever the
Music has, not Ms. Music. Ms. Smith is going to recuse herself from items 2 and 3.
we can do them individually.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So are we ready to move forward with, to approve the removal?
Yes, I make a motion for the doors at Newbern High
I'm
School.
sorry, Ms. Smith.
Second.
Oh, you made a motion. I thought you did that make a statement.
No, to approve the doors at Newbern High School as well.
Ms. Smith, second. It has been moved and second that we approve the removal of this replacement for Newbern High School. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All right.
Now I'm accusing myself from 2 and 3, so I'm just gonna step outside and somebody come pop.
We can just, you don't give the information.
I'm recusing, I think I should leave for it.
No. We had that before, but that's what you want to do this time. I think it's good. Yes.
Did not participate in the discussion. Right.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you. The second one is for the chair replacement at H.J. McDonald School. Again, we had 4 bids. 1 was a no bid, but we had 3 valid bids. And Alfred Mechanical was low bid at $182,330. And these chiller replacements at both H.J. and West Craven, these units are no longer functioning, so we have to replace them.
Questions?
Will you put the old units that don't work on Gov Deals or something like that, see if somebody wants to buy them and repair them on their own?
That's a great question, because what we're doing, I don't know if anybody's been to H.J., we actually use an old unit, put it on a trailer to sort of live by. So we'll see if there's any useful life in it, but if not, then we'll give it some type of surplus sale. Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion to approve it. If they're not working, they have to have them.
Yeah.
So we would like a roll call vote so we can document it, that we will participate. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the boiler and split unit replacement for cafeteria at H.A. McDonald's. Can I get a second? Second. All right, it has been moved in second that we approve the boiler and split unit replacement for cafeteria area at H.A. McDonald. All those in favor, are we going to have a roll call vote? We can document Smith, Ms. McDowell. Ms. Francis Boomer, yes. Ms. Naomi Clark, yes. Mr. Victor Dove,
Yes.
Mr. Corey Alcock,
Yes.
Ms. Stephanie King. Is she, is it a little bit late? I don't think she's.
I think she's gone.
Okay, Ms. Kelly Muse?
Yes.
And then I'm going to document that Ms. Smith did not participate in the vote. Okay. Motion carries. Mr. Reed, is that the third one?
And the last one is the chiller replacement for West Grade Middle School in the 7th grade building. Again, 4 bids, 1 no bid, and the low bid was R&W Construction at $93,415. And the good news about this is the last replacement at West Craven Middle.
Okay.
We're finally, yes, ma'am. We finally got them sort of back up to speed.
I need to get a motion to approve that.
I'll second.
It has been moved and second to approve the chiller replacement for the 7th grade building at West Craven Middle School. We're going to have a roll call vote. Ms. Francis Boomer? Yes. Ms. Naomi Clark? Yes. Mr. Victor Dove?
Yes.
Mr. Corey Alcock?
Yes.
Ms. Stephanie King? Ms. Kelly Hughes?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Superintendent report. You want to keep rolling or are you ready for a break? If you got to break, I don't mind breaking.
I'll take one.
Let's take a 10-minute break. That helps when I sit here. I have body language. We get ready for a break. That's all I sit here. I can do all.
go. Mr. Boyle. I'm getting. You got off your job.
That's just how much Charlotte Parker.
I am, me too.
With my peers.
I said he was a breath of fresh air this morning. I call this meeting of the Creighton County Board of Education back to order, please. And we will begin with Dr. Miller. All right, so your monthly COVID update. I shared with someone the other day, I would be happy that at a time when I talk about reading, writing, and science more than we talk about COVID, but we're not at that point yet. And it is something we're dealing with each and every day in our schools. I do have to give a shout out to the two lead nurses back here. We talk on a daily basis, sometimes up until midnight, deliberating on what to do, but I need everyone to hear, and those listening, that our commitment is to keep our kids in school. But we do have our challenges in doing that and balancing the safety of our students as well. So I'm going to go through the report today, and then we can have any comments or questions you may have. And then after this, I have another item related to this regarding a policy for face coverings. All right, so Mr. Silveira is going to go along with me here. So the first slide that we have is updated from last month. It shows you the daily cases in North Carolina and then those in Craven County so that you can see a comparison there. Next slide. An update on vaccinations by age, and I believe they told me the state went up a slight bit. We kind of remain constant in Craven County. Next, and I think of Ms. Smith every time I see this map because she said, looking forward to the day that we're back to yellow and we can make some different decisions. But as you can see, and it's not unique to our county, North Carolina remains at a very high transmission level across the state. And this is as of September 10th. So daily reported positives in Craven County schools. And I thought it would be helpful to show you the first day of school for traditional schools. And you'll see once our kids got back in the building, of course, not that there were not positives, but we did not know about them prior to school starting. So you can see the uptick there and at the end of August, the blue being the staff and the red being the positives for our students. I do think yesterday, was that the highest we've had so far? Was it 43? 49 positives yesterday, so that was the highest. If you count back,
one with 54.
Well, you count back and you think about that long weekend we had, and folks naturally were around families and things, so we kind of had anticipated a little uptick. The next one is quarantines, which is really the challenge. Positives are a little bit easier, right? That's sort of like we've always been. A child's sick, they go home. The difference in this is we have to figure out who quarantines, who was in close contact, did the students wear their mask, and all the protocols to determine the quarantines. And as you can see, the first day of school, we had 248 quarantines. The 31st of August, we had 1,458 students quarantined.
I got a question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you start me along the way.
Is that okay? Out of our quarantines, out of our kids that we're actively quarantining, which makes me dizzy because they're in and out all the time, right? So out of our quarantines, how many of our quarantines are resulting in actual positives?
And I can let the nurses speak to that, but the challenge here, and we're just dealing with a situation now because of this, we could quarantine a student and the parent may never have them tested.
I get it, but we have to go off of what we know, which is the actual numbers. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I get it that they don't have to tell,
or they may not test.
Or they may not test, but we have to go with what we know.
And do you guys have a number on that?
24. So of course, for the month of August, our nurses could could trace that 24 cases were in-school transmission. And I can already tell you the September numbers are going to be a lot higher.
So out of how many quarantines from the month of August total?
Well, the 31st, we had 1,458, but.
Total quarantines.
Well, that was the highest we had for that day, because some of them are the same students on August 30th would have shown up on August 31st. They're not new quarantines. That's that day, how many students, and as you
See,
said.
that's what I want to know. Like, I want to know, like, okay, we've had 500 kids in the month of
Looks
August,
like 10%.
and we've had 24 positive.
It looks like.
You know what I'm saying?
Yellow and green chart has got the total number of quarantines for August.
Yep, and I think that's this, right? So, and we didn't, you have a question before we move on?
You said, you mentioned a number for in-school positives, but that does mean there were more positives. You all just didn't trace it to being in-school positives?
We contact trace all of these. No, it's just that of the ones of all the contact tracing, we found that about 24 of these did seem to have a linkage. These kids were around this child who was positive, and then two resulted positive from that one man.
All right, but what I'm asking is, it was 24 directly linked to school, in school.
Or school activities.
Right, but
that's a big thing.
That means there were a lot more. They just were outside of school transmission. Is that
No, it means they
correct?
don't know because they
I'm
weren't
asking.
reported.
We don't know, like of the others, they could.
But there are others, is the question. There are more than 24.
Probably, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And can I just say, the reason they're probably more than 24 is the parents have 3 options. They have the option to keep their child out 10 days, symptomatic. They have the option, we provide the option that they can take them to their healthcare provider. If their healthcare provider deems it necessary, they can have that child tested. Or if the healthcare provider determines that there's an alternate diagnosis. But some parents opt not to test their children. And that child can be symptomatic and be what we call a presumed positive, but we don't have a confirmed test. So the answer to your question is yes, we are sure there are more than 24, but we just don't know because the guidelines provide parents 3 different options.
Got you.
And the other question, we don't know if we had not quarantined these kids, how many more would we have had?
Right.
Because some of the ones that are coming back positive are while they're on quarantine. And if they had not been quarantined, they could have been around, an additional number of kids. So a lot of this absolutely is guesstimation. And I'll say our nurses are erring on the side of safety when they have to make a call. So looking back at 2020, just to give you an idea of where we were, last year in August, we had 110 quarantine staff, only 27 this year, 11 students, 93. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the old chart. 101, and then this year we had 105. Quarantine students, we had 10. This year, 2,196. So you can see the work, it's not just triple for our work nurses. It's, hundreds times over. Positive staff in August, we had 5. This August, we had 39. Positive students last August, 39. This year, positive students in the month of August, 237.
How much assistance are they getting from the health department?
Well, we have had a meeting with the health department. They are providing us one contact tracer. Yeah, one contact tracer, an admin assistant, and a nurse.
Because I know several districts that touch us, their school nurses are not doing the degree of stuff that you guys are having to do because their county's health department is bearing the load of that. And I do not understand why our county health department is not bearing the load and you guys are.
Well, and I'll just say there is a district that touches us that decided this week that they would only quarantine positive students. They're no longer going to contact trace.
Because they don't have the ability to do all this policing that
We
these
have,
guys
how many
are doing.
nurses now do we have?
23 nurses and 2 CNAs.
So while we appreciate the one contact trace, it's not gonna handle these numbers. And we will take the additional help, but I don't see how we can.
But wasn't the health department just issued a grant?
Yes, and that's how they're providing but we're also going to use some of the money that comes with the testing to provide additional resources as well. The issue is finding the folks, because we've lost how many nurses in the last week?
Well, we've had one nurse to resign. Her last day is coming up next week. And I have 2 nurses who've been helping us with Paul, who have said they can't do it anymore.
So, I mean, it's like till midnight they're making.
We're down to about 5 nurses, including us, that will be doing, that are still doing Paul.
So we need, so it sounds to me like we need to have some real conversation with our health department.
And we have, and we continue to have that dialogue.
And has our health department said or done anything to step up to the plate for this issue?
They've offered.
One person?
Yes.
And that's it?
And the nurse and the administrative person, but, you know, that they can't touch what 23 nurses, the CNAs are doing.
So what do we need to do to give you guys some realistic assistance?
Well, we've talked with a couple of companies, that one that's doing contact tracing for some school systems in the state, and another one that's doing contact tracing for various companies in the nation. And the estimates they gave us were mind-blowing.
But the ultimate responsibility of COVID contact tracing is the health department. We are in the job business of educating children. We're not in public health.
And we would very much like to give this away, because we are not going to be able to take on the testing role, which is something we're trying to ramp up to do. And parents are asking for it.
So we need to have some real conversation with the health department.
And when we find out the test training that's coming, then that will give us the opportunity to say, we're going to take this on, so what we need and what supports our nurses need in place, because testing is going to be critical. That is going to be a vital service we provide to our families.
I think you all have had conversation. It's not that you have not tried.
Thank you.
You've had conversation with the health department, but you can't make anybody do anything.
But that's their job, and they need to do their job.
And we understand that, but we can't blame.
I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that the county health department needs to step up to the plate.
True.
And do their job.
We understand that. And we've asked them to do that.
Yeah, and I think the solution is somewhere in between. We have a lot of extra dollars. And so when you go to the health department and you say, you know, here, this is your job, that's going to cause a little bit of a rub, because we have a lot of extra dollars. So, and we know that. So if we need to use some hiring just contact tracers, or reach some kind of partnership with the health department where it's neither one of us having to do everything. I understand it's a responsibility. However, this is certainly unprecedented times that we're in.
Well, and I feel like if we take on some of the testing, that will take some of their burden, and then maybe they can help with the contact tracing. So some trade-off. And we'll continue to work with them to build that partnership.
It's a reasonable solution.
Rolling off what Kelly was saying, I wonder what is the difference in our health department and the others, Kelly? Do you know any more? What are they doing different, or how many people do they have staffed, or is it just
This is
working
going to be the
smooth?
least politically correct answer ever. Other school systems did not start out in the role of acting like a health department, and we did.
So to go back to spring of 20.
We started out acting like the health department.
So to go back to the spring of 2020, we had started having positive staff members, you know, right off the bat. And they started out by communicating to us when so-and-so could come back to work, but the numbers started to grow, as we all know, and they multiplied. And so we would have employees who were ready to come back to work. They would call us and say, well, I've been out 14 days. When can I come back? And we said, well, have you had a call from the health department or the contact tracers? And they hadn't. And this just kept growing and growing. And our administrator at that time, you know, said, well, can you give them some dates? And so we just did the math. And if they were asymptomatic and they could come back, then they started coming back. And so was born this,
2,000-pound boulder that's rolling down the hill that we can't stop.
That's right. That's right. So that really is the root. And, there definitely was a breakdown in communication. They wouldn't even give us clearance for students to return then, students that saw them. And so when the kids started coming back, last year, then we were faced with having to do that for the children because, we don't want them to be out of school waiting 20 days or 25 days or whatever for somebody to call. And I know contact tracing across the state probably was the same. It was just exploding. But I know that other health departments probably with more resources were able to help their schools more. But when I sit in on meetings with other lead nurses from across the region, other counties are doing this for their schools. But I just want to say we are not going to be able to start testing until we get some of this off our backs. And I mean, the nurses, day in the life of a school nurse right now, I was at West Craven yesterday, and we started answering the phone and seeing students. And we didn't stop the entire day. No bathroom breaks, no lunch, no nothing. And, at the end of the day, we were just trying to catch our breath. So and I've been at another elementary school, and it's the exact same way there. Every nurse is doing this. So with immunization deadlines coming up on the 21st, my nurses have barely had a chance to even look at who still needs those things. So we just are not able to do what school nurses need to be doing.
I'm not confident that our health department could automatically shift and start doing it for us because, my husband and I both had COVID, no contact tracer ever made a call. So if that's the expectation that we have, which is hard for us as a school system when you're dealing with children to just relinquish that and to know that we've got to get teachers back in. So to completely give it away without any control when we know what it has been for the county at large is a concern. And it's an unreasonable expectation, although I agree with Ms. Muse in the one hand, yeah, you should be able to just go, this is yours. But the reality is if we do that, we're going to have problems that we're going to have to go right back to doing like you were saying. I would love for everybody to get together and find some solutions. And if we have to put some extra dollars into that solution, then we have the money to do that, to help our nurses and to do, it doesn't take a nurse to do contact tracing, does it?
Yeah,
No.
That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
It's like a call center.
Yeah.
And I don't think that, I'm saying we're going to go to the health director and go, here you go, have at it. Okay. That's not what I'm saying. We do need to partner together, but it is my understanding that these guys are bearing the brunt.
I'm sure they are.
And that the health department's facilitated anything that has anything to do with Craven County schools right now is minimal at best. Mm-hmm. So they need to get some skin in the game because these are Craven County schools. And their parents pay Craven County tax dollars. And they are Craven County citizens. So the Craven County Health Department, they need to step up to the plate too and start swinging at the ball instead of letting these guys handle it all. And what y'all ever need to do to work it out to make it easier on y'all so you can get the testing done, which will automatically take some load off of them because 78 mommies and daddies ain't gonna be pulling up to the health department in the parking lot because they're gonna be doing it here. There's gonna have to be a shift, but the health department's gonna have to step up to the plate and help out and take some of this off of y'all.
Yes, absolutely. Last September, last summer, we did report to the health department. But on September the 23rd or 28th, we received an email that said that the health department will no longer do contact tracing on the weekends. Well, we have found that a lot of our calls we receive are Sunday evenings when parents get test results back, when kids become symptomatic, when teachers become sick and they don't know what to do. They have no one to call. So we're their access to care.
So they just sent y'all that in an email. They didn't send you a memorandum of understanding or no type of official, it was just in an email, hey, we're not doing this.
Right. And so
Can I have a copy of that email, please?
Yeah, I'll be glad to give it.
That'd be great, thank you.
So what we did as a school system is that's when we got on the ball, and everyone was very gracious, and money was allocated. We could start interviewing nurses and put a nurse in every school, because that was last September, October, which we did. And then we took that responsibility because COVID is 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And so we felt like for the health and safety of our school system, it was incredibly important to provide coverage on the weekends so these parents and these teachers and staff and children could have access to care and could get clinical advice from a registered nurse on what the next steps are. So then as we took on that responsibility, like Ms. Muse says, the ball got bigger and it's gotten bigger and bigger, and this is where we are now. And I want to say, our nurses we've done a great job.
Sure y'all have.
We've done a great job. But it's incredibly big, and we're very tired.
Well, everybody's in school now. Last year, they were not. They were
And the
not.
Delta variant is much more, it's impacting students. And what is it you told me, sicker quicker, is what they're saying. And it's, you can see from the number, it's impacted our students more. So they've had even more work to do. And I want it clear that these folks have become the primary care folks for many families. They're calling them prior to going to the doctor. And we want to provide that service. I talked with Luann last night, and she's torn because she took an oath to provide health care and to make decisions in the best interest. So they're torn, but at the same time, they have to sleep and rest too, so that they can provide all the other services such as vision and all the other services they continue to provide. So,
And other people can't do that. Other people can't contact trace.
and we are working to, one, find the funds to do that. And because it was outrageous. We met last Friday.
About 40 grand a week.
A week, $40,000 a week to contact trace.
All right, Mr. Bill.
Yes, I'm gonna make one point, then I'll digress, or 2 points. First, I heard you when you said that you all took the responsibility. Well, I'm gonna give you accolades. You all met the responsibility and did what was necessary. So we do applaud you all for that. You two and all the nurses from Craven County. Secondly, I would like to know, as we look at these numbers and we get these reports every day, yes, we do have a lot of quarantine, and I'm sure all of you all receive calls, parents upset, we're over quarantined and they're mad. Let's talk about that elephant in the room. Some situations I said, wow, for real? Some I said, hey, you don't know the whole story. But one thing about it is the quarantines, since we're wearing masks, they must be happening during lunch. Is that a safe assumption?
That's a huge thing.
So with that being said, I'm sure people might not like what I'm about to say, but would it be possible that if we could speak about it now, that lunch on a day that's not raining be done outside? So even though we haven't discussed social distancing, so in that situation, we could social distance and hopefully see the quarantines drop drastically.
And I will tell you, schools, I sent out a memo and I said not mandates, because every school is different and the classroom sizes are different. The schools that have implemented policies such as shortened lunches, lunches outside, snacks outside, mask breaks outside are having a lower number of quarantines. And you see that when I send you 2 positive, 4 quarantines.
Newbern High School is one of those, because Kaylee says, Mom, I get a 10-minute lunch.
Well, one student positive, 4 quarantines. That tells you that because there were only 4, somebody's doing something right so that the whole class isn't being quarantined. Ms. Clark.
In addition to the lunch activity, we need to hone in on the extracurricular activities. When in fact, we allowed folk to practice and do certain things, we were in the yellow zone. Since that time, if you look at the school kit, since that time we're in the red zone. And in fact, the CDC says shouldn't be anything, shouldn't be any extracurricular activities. And you can look at that report. I'm not making it up. I'm not blowing
That's in the toolkit.
So
yes, ma'am.
That's something that we can talk about. Because I would like to know, nurses, what is the transmission or correlation rate between extracurricular activities and COVID?
Well, we have a fair number of quarantines large quarantines as a result. You know, I guess the cabinet set the bar at 2 positives on a team, would shut the team practices down for 2 weeks. Individual students, if they're vaccinated and they're symptomatic, you know, they can be in school. People come back at different times depending on testing and such, but it shuts down the activity. But I do know for a fact that plenty of our teams, you know, they go and hang out together because they're friends anyway. They're on the same team. And so we have no bearing at all on what they do outside of the school and outside of practice. So they're still getting together.
And I'm not suggesting that we curtail after-school activities. I'm suggesting that we hold the principals and the ADs accountable in some fashion, if that's in fact where it's occurring. And let them know either you're going to be vigilant about this, policing, or not. I say, whatever we do, we need to be consistent. All of us, with the exception of you, Dr. Miller, got a letter from a teacher last night concerning the future farmers of America. And she was right. Whatever we do, we need to be consistent. She said, if in fact you're going to allow other folks to have extracurricular activities, then future farmers of America should be allowed to go to their activities, despite the fact that it's not a competition. It's a leadership. It's a leadership activity, and I think that's important. And then, in addition to that, this teacher said that their email had gone out from the three principals with regard to this edict. I'm suggesting that if in fact it's true that this email went out, the board members should have been apprised of that. Not so we could change it, but so that we could be kept abreast of.
And the only thing the board has approved is athletic and band events. We have not, so I know you're getting lots of emails saying events have been canceled. They've not been canceled. They've never been approved to begin with. And folks are just, I mean, I know there's one group who's got a theater production. They're planning it and planning to have folks in the auditorium. We've not approved that, but I get what you're saying and their argument back to me, but we're letting this, and this happen. So when we open the floodgates, we know what's going to happen because we've seen it.
In this
Right.
particular letter, this person says, all 3 high school FFA chapters have been told that we cannot have any field trips unless they are competition-oriented trips. On September 21st, they have a regional leadership conference. So rightfully so, she's asking if in fact, I don't know if it's the truth or not, but this is something that needs to be verified to see if it's so.
And that is so. All field trips have been postponed.
And it should be the expectation anyway that anything that is planned for a school, anybody who makes that plan, whether it be the band teacher or whoever, that should go through the administrator first. It should go through the administrator. The administrator should say, you know, the administrator should be the one to approve it. But the administrator also needs to check with Dr. Miller.
Yeah.
And so we're not following the process. That's where all the problems
Thank you.
are.
That's where the confusion, because this
People
email
are not
went to
following
the
the
principal.
process. Everybody, the only way you can run a school the way that you want to run a school, that you have your own individual school. But as long as you run with a public school, there are rules and there are regulations.
Yes.
And there are guidelines and there are processes. And when we don't follow the process, that's where the problem comes through. The principal should be the one to say, yes, this is going to happen. Yes, you can go on this trip or whatever, but still with the process that he has things that he needs to do as well. Unless he said, yes, I've gone through the proper challenges and you can have this event. They should not even be making plans to begin with.
And after Ms. Pugh speaks, I will talk about the protocols.
I never finished when I started. I'm just being nice. Yes, I am. That's all great. No problem. Ladies always first. But I'm gonna roll us back in because I want to get back to the lunch and the quarantine and to hopefully try to reduce the quarantine and the same discussion we just had about that. That's what I want us to have about lunch. Is it feasible? Is it something we should look at to say go outside when it's not raining? Make that a
And there was a memo sent out to school leaders. It's attached in this agenda item with those things. And I've got a slide that said, what we recommended for all schools in order to reduce quarantines. The schools that are following those are having fewer
So that
quarantines.
is the rule now.
Well, it's not the rule.
Or the guidance.
We made the guidelines
Guidance.
and sent it out in writing. So,
Okay.
and I will address that when we get to the slide, the recommendations.
Can you let them respond?
Yeah, I was told him to hold on. You had your hand up.
Okay, so, I mean, we're having football, we're having volleyball, we're having cheerleading, we're having stuff. And I will say in my district, I am CTE and FFA, those leadership academies that the students go to, it's really not a whole lot different than sitting in here. And if they're having to wear a mask on a bus, I mean, my ag teachers have submitted all that stuff. And we have become a mask mandatory district. So my teachers know, my kids, them, competitors, and I think everybody that they're dealing with, because it's a regional thing, so it's not like they're going to Union County, okay? So I see you smiling, Miss Heflin.
They just gave their contact tracing back to the health department.
I know they did. So, they're following the same guidelines on these trips that they're following every day. And, that those trips meet an educational need, a competitive need, a social and emotional need, right? I mean, it's a little bit different than going to a dance. I mean, I've never seen kids dance 3 feet apart. So, that just doesn't happen. But for Skills USA or, any of these other competitions, the spelling bee, whatever it is, they lost so much last year. I mean, they just did. And if they're following the same guidelines on a trip that they're following in school, why are we taking everything away from them?
Can you click to the next slide? Because that's what that discussion is. Let hear from them and then we can talk about it.
Okay,
And Victor.
So just kind of going back to what you were talking about earlier with the outside cafeteria lunches, I think it's absolutely feasible because that's what our school does. And then we did it before even quarantine. We didn't have a dedicated.
Before COVID was COVID.
Yeah.
Then we ate outside.
Yeah, we didn't have a dedicated space. And I've also started to realize that the middle schoolers who go to Havelock Middle are also doing the same thing when we're not using that space. They're eating outside in that area. And having those mask breaks and whatnot. So I think it's absolutely feasible, not only just with the middle schools and the high schools, but even just thinking, my brother goes to Roger Bell, and I know there's definitely spaces in Roger Bell, because I've been in the building, I went to Roger Bell, that they can go and they can eat in these outside spaces, and it's absolutely feasible. And I think it's just something, it's a really good idea to look into, especially because kids don't want to have to not eat at school, and kids also don't want to have to wear a mask the whole day. And so eating outside where you can sit 6 feet apart and still hang out with your friends at school is a really good idea.
And then also with going on the class periods and how you're just saying more ways of containing that idea, we'd have class periods where all we had for the day was teacher lectures, where we just sit there and listen, write down notes or things that we personally think are important. Going to the English classes, there'd be some scenes that we have to act out to try to get some more entertainment with it, which was funny. It was always hilarious to see the big football player act out a little small role. But it's just one of those ways that we were able to take those lessons when weather was available to go outside with it. And then from there, everybody can just take their space to themselves, sit where they want to sit where they need to sit to be able to pay attention, and then be able just to have that relaxing moment and not have to worry about, am I too close to this person? Is this person going to spread this? Will I spread this to here? Just all those different things. So as the student people, we think it's feasible.
And not only just lunches. I know personally, whenever we were a little bit into the pandemic, but not yet home, I was still in biology class, and we did classes outside, and we did a lot of different nature things and experiments outside. And so even before COVID, our school was already doing these kinds of things to get a more of what's the word I'm looking for, a kind of a deeper learning for us, I guess is the words that I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So I think even in quarantine, not only would it be beneficial for the COVID numbers, but also just like for the students themselves, just having some normalcy.
And I will say the two early colleges numbers are very low and their quarantines are very low because they have seating charts. And I guess you guys can attest to that. You know where you're going to sit in the class, so people just aren't roaming around. When initially the board voted mask K-8 and 9-12, there were still students, the early colleges were in session, there were still students that chose to wear their mask so they could stay in school. So the two early colleges are doing a lot of things right and could be models for a lot of the other schools, which I believe is why your quarantine and positive numbers related to school are very low.
And they have smaller classes, which helps too.
The expectation is there's a seating chart in every school and on every bus.
Okay, but you say expectations, but are you monitoring that they're doing?
Well, I will just say this, and this may not be very popular. Anybody wants to see how it's monitored? Ask Mr. Duff. He went to a football game Friday night. I went to a different football game Friday night. We have those expectations set. I don't know what you saw.
I have my mask on.
I'm talking about
out there, no.
So I respectfully will acknowledge Ms. Buse's comments. Following is very different than us setting the expectations. She said if we're following those, therein lies the issue. We're setting them, but who's going to follow that when they're riding to this place that everyone's wearing a mask? Because when we contact trace, they can tell you we're not hearing that that's happening. And I was at a game Friday night, and the two teams that were playing were both internal, and you were at a different game, and
They couldn't space out when they weren't. I didn't go up in the stands. I stayed at the gate.
We can't enforce it within our own county. How are we expecting any other?
and that's why I'm saying if we add on, we're and I will do whatever the board directs us to do, but know that that's going to increase our cases.
And our nurses are already working well past their appointed and paid 4 hours. And the win in our freedom is designed for that our nurses are not so much. So, they're already working 8-9 hours some days in sales before they turn it over to us.
I also think I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we had a sidebar.
No, I think Ms. Clark actually, but it's not my place as the board chairs to call on.
Sorry.
Well, I didn't see if everybody was talking, so go on.
Okay. One of the first things that Mrs. King brought up when we had masks was no consequences. And I hear you saying no consequences. I'm talking to us as a board too. We're the board, you're the superintendent. Consequences. Secondly, we maintain that we're following science. If you're going to follow the CDC recommendations, then you can't pick and choose what part of those CDC recommendations you're going to follow. Particularly, again, CDC says that if you're in the red zone, no extracurricular activities. Why aren't we following it?
The toolkit says that as well.
Well, so why aren't we following it?
That would mean we shut down all sports and band activities.
Shut down our schools.
Sports. Shut down all sports and band activities.
If we know, and data bears us out, if we know that there's a correlation between sports or extracurricular activities and transmission of COVID, we're setting ourselves up to fail. Perhaps we're heading back towards virtual academy, which none of us want. I'm just saying that's something to consider, or at least be consistent.
I think the threat of that should make people wear their mask. I'm saying, if you go to that football game on Friday night and our own people are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, then they need to hear,
Didn't we say no mask on outside, only inside sports?
No. We said when they're actively playing on the field and when the band is actively playing on the field, where they're standing on the sidelines, not playing.
Spectators.
Oh, the spectators, we're not.
Right.
We don't have any control of things.
Right.
Well, they weren't. Now the band was wearing their mask then, if that's what you were referring to. I was referring to the entire crowd and the kids running around playing. But I didn't look at the kid. I didn't notice the football team on the sidelines because the game was so good. Brian did such an amazing job. But
unfortunately, my life revolves around COVID, so I look at masks now everywhere.
Right, I do think but the band, they were wearing their masks, so we were following it for New Bern High.
Him or me, whichever the kid.
I just wanted to add to what you say real quick. I have numerous friends that are within the New Bern High School band, marching band to be specific, and they say that they're very strict on themselves wearing the mask because of how important it is to them to try and do everything in their own power to be able to do it. And I have a couple of friends that are on the football team as well, and most of them wear their mask for when you're in the middle of the game, you just came off the field pushing another guy that's 250 pounds when he's pushing back at you. They said like their first instinct is to put their mask back on. But most of under the full marching band is fully for it because they want to keep as much as they can.
Right, then the band has it.
I don't want to take anything else away from our kids because mental health is a huge issue, not only for them, but for all of us. Okay. So I don't want that. But the only way I see out of that is number one, find some relief for our nurses for contact tracing. By Thursday night, come back with, maybe you had a conversation with the health department to find a partnership before other systems have dumped it. I mean, you can always say other systems have dumped it. We don't want to do that. Help us find a solution. Okay. And get that off of the nurses so that they can keep doing what they need to do. We can't afford to lose the nurses right now. And the second part is find a way to actually enforce the things that we have in place. We can't see them doing it and not have a response, because if we don't have a response, and it's just like a kid, if I don't discipline my child when I see them doing it, then they're going to do it again. There's got to be some sort of, I mean, if we can't rally them for the fact that we want to keep having football, want to keep having band, we want to keep having class, if that won't rally them, they might need to hear it a different way.
So when you said, what are you saying? I'm lost.
Which part are you talking about? What I said by the health department?
No, I understand about the health department.
Like when we see them not following the guidance,
Yeah.
we give them to call them out on it.
Teachers and administrators and
wherever
our employees who attend games.
And I will just say that Ms. Muse directed a parent to me last night that was upset about a quarantine and said something about being in class and they don't tell the student's name of quarantine. And my response was, are you sure it happened in class? Because their child participated in an event. And I said, did you go Friday night? And the parent said, yes. I said, what did you see? And she laughed, right?
Because we're all kind of on the phone together.
And she laughed. I said, so that tells me that it may not have happened in the classroom. And then they're getting screamed at about quarantines based on the classroom when that's not where the majority of whole, large groups are coming from extracurricular activities. It's just plain and simple. That is the case.
Ms. Muse.
But I also don't think it's right for us to deny FFA or anybody else to not be able to go on an educational trip when we're allowing the other stuff. I mean, there's a big difference between an educational leadership trip and wrestling around on the field. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I love athletics and I support it and it provides tremendous opportunity for our students. But if we're allowing this, but we're shutting this down, and this is a whole lot more controlled because it's a leadership event or a field trip with educational purposes, then that's what they're going to school for. They're going to school for education, not football or tennis or whatever.
Yeah.
The skills learned in all of them are important. So I agree that there's got to be some grounding, because FFA, for those students, that is their band.
Right.
That is their football team.
And I would agree.
So it's got to be some.
I think we're getting out.
Yeah, so can I go,
We'll get out of order, so
Okay, protocols currently in place. This is what we're currently under. And if the board would like us to change, limit non-essential visitors or volunteers in school buildings. That does not mean a parent for an IEP meeting, they're essential. The FedEx, these are the calls I'm getting. They still can deliver packages in the office. These are groups coming in to do whole school stuff. I do know the first day of school, we had groups
that stood outside and clapped when the students walked in the building because they were not in the building. And I want the public to know we certainly want partnerships, but at this time, that makes their life almost impossible to contact trace when you have visitors, that then you have a whole nother group you're adding in. So currently, limit non-essential visitors and volunteers in the building. Athletic events and band participation to follow established protocols. Non-competitive field trips have not been approved. Overnight trips have not been approved, and other events and activities such as dances, et cetera, have not been approved. That's currently what we have in place.
I would ask that we consider allowing non-competition field trips, particularly with regard to the FFA.
I would too. I would second that with the not all field trips for all classrooms.
Right.
That are happening in regular instruction, but for these groups where we just said FFA is their band, it's their football, it's their
clubs. Because if not, you're going to have all the second graders wanting to go to Fort Macon.
We can
Well,
just
like I
say,
said,
let's just
no.
limit to clubs, because that's what the whole thing was about.
Okay.
Just say clubs, just not all field.
Dr. Diggs getting this?
Clubs.
But you got DECA, you got FBLA, you got.
Clubs.
You said clubs. I didn't eliminate, I said clubs.
Okay.
Well, those aren't really necessarily.
They are clubs.
They're not clubs.
Four of
They're CTE chorus related.
Clubs.
They're not.
Clubs and organizations.
Whatever club when I was
But
in
it's
school.
optional activity related to the curriculum. How about that?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Approve those with safety protocols in place.
Right.
I wouldn't do any overnight ones though.
Okay, Doctor, well, let's listen to our lawyer, because we may be doing everything wrong. Mr. Gaffney.
Just trying to get some clarification to help some ambiguity. Are we talking about high school clubs?
I am.
Okay, or are we trying to include middle school clubs? Surely
Well,
we're not in the elementary.
Middle school has Skills USA and all that. I mean, they have that stuff.
So that's
So we're talking about
why,
all CTE related activities.
that, well,
I wouldn't
again-
just say CTA. CTE.
He's trying to help us.
I'm trying to help you understand what the scope of what you're saying. So what I'm hearing you say is middle school and high school academic related clubs.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes.
Is that
Got
what?
that, Dr. Diggs?
Yes. middle
Sounds
school and High
wonderful.
school academic related, so you got the SGA, you have all that, yes, that's what we're saying, student council. If they need it for a leadership meeting or whatever.
Mock trial club.
Right. Okay, so we can go with that.
No overnight trips.
No.
Other events and activities such as homecoming dances and all of those things.
There's no way you can social distance in a dance. I mean, I jokingly was talking about doing an outdoor, you can line dance. You can't even separate when you're line dancing. I don't believe that far. So, I mean, there are some things that we just are going to have to
eliminate
to keep kids in school. I agree.
and do the other things that are possible and just.
All right, so I think we have some guidance on that. Next testing update, as you're aware, Craven County Schools has opted in. I will tell you, I opted in twice because the list came out and I panicked because Craven was not on it. And I immediately asked both of them to reach out and I opted in again. And this time I took my phone and took a screenshot where it said, thank you for opting in for fear that Craven was not on the list. We have been assured Craven is on the list. The deadline was yesterday to opt in. You could opt into testing and you could opt in to receive additional funding to support testing and other school-based health services. So Ms. Smith, this is another avenue of funding to support the contact tracing on our behalf. And schools are being onboarded as the test on a rolling basis. I do know a district close by is being onboarded this week. So I anticipate us getting the training and we will be using Mako labs. And as soon as our folks are trained, we will begin the testing as quickly as possible. I know that's something our nurses want to do.
We can get something done with contact tracing.
Yep, okay, keep rolling. So next,
So you really will get the contract. You think you can come back with us with something by Thursday? I mean, that's like feeling very urgent to me. Before you talk about all these other things, I want to make sure that we're going to do
and
something
we will
urgent.
try to do that. The issue is we don't know a funding amount from this. If we did, that would help us know how much money we had to work with.
I don't think we'll get that until they onboard it. I think they'll tell us how much our funding is.
We don't expect you all to be miracle workers.
No.
Well, they pretty much have
I mean,
been.
really. I mean, today is Tuesday.
Well, I just meant
So you ain't got but one day to do it. So, I mean.
And we will reach out again to the health department to see additional.
Yeah, I didn't mean having something to go in place. I just mean the urgency of the conversation.
Okay, we can do that.
And you gotta find people to do it, and that's the
All
problem
right,
too.
keep going. The next is. Again?
We're gonna lose all ours.
So I know you've heard a lot about quarantines attached to this item, and also here's the safety precautions that were sent out. These are the things, Mr. Dove, you were talking about, that we have recommended that schools implement. Students avoid face-to-face interactions. When I walk in school buildings, and they can jump in as they need to, I believe there's a correlation based on how students sit. In elementary, we love to put them in little pods of 4 facing each other. Then they have no choice. When it comes time to quarantine, they're all going home because you just don't know. So we've said to put the students facing the front. That way they're not facing toward each other. Eat outside. Teachers maintain their distance. They're walking around working with students, but you don't sit down, take your mask off and work with a student for, a small group for 20 minutes. Students eat in the cafeteria with guidelines. One of our elementary schools said it's very hard to keep the little ones separated, so they're using their cafeteria for their K2 students. They're sitting on one side of the table and skipping a seat between students. So when they eat, they're still not where they would have to be quarantined, even with their masks down, because they're apart and they're spread out in the cafeteria. Mask breaks. I've walked in the classrooms and folks have said to me they're on a mask break. Mask breaks really should occur outside, weather permitting, and snacks could be outdoors as well, because by the time you add up a mask break, a snack, and lunch, you're going to exceed that time, and it's going to cause quarantine. Of course, teachers should be wearing masks when teaching, clean surfaces, often school leaders in and out of classrooms, monitoring the folks. That's that fidelity again. I've been in schools. I've brought it to the attention of school leaders as we walked around together. I've been in classrooms, and then I came back later if there was an issue to see if it was resolved. So I'm doing that, but that's really should occur in morning walkthroughs or all day to monitor what's happening in classroom settings. Seating charts in classrooms and on buses, that has saved us a number of times from quarantining large groups of students, because we know who sits around them every day, and that helps us as well, and on buses. All right. The protocols for quarantine, we did reach out and had a meeting with the health department to make sure we're in line with their recommendations for quarantining. So students are quarantined if they're positive, if they're symptomatic, or if they're exposed to a positive case. For example, if there's 6 children in a household, all children don't just go home until someone is test positive, then they're a direct contact. There was some confusion about that. So when is there an exception? If someone is fully vaccinated without symptoms, because we know that vaccinated folks can get this. So if they're symptomatic, they still have to be quarantined. They tested positive for COVID in the last 90 days, and again, they're not symptomatic. Or when, and here's the key word that I've had multiple conversations, when both students are wearing their mask appropriately and consistently. Because I have parents say, my son wears his mask all the time. Both students have to have had their mask on consistently to prevent quarantine. All right, then returning from quarantine. Originally, you remember it was 14 days. Now it's 10 days since the first day of symptoms or from the test date if they're not symptomatic, and it has been 24 hours since they had a fever. A person has symptoms of COVID has received an alternative diagnosis. There is something going around that mimics COVID. The pediatricians have reached out to us. If a pediatrician says to us, this is not COVID, we don't even need to know the diagnosis. We just need to know there's an alternative diagnosis. We will let them back in school. The exposed person without symptoms may return to school or work on day 8. If they have a negative PCR on day 5 or later, they can return to school prior to the 10 days if the test result on day 5 is negative, which will help us when we're testing because we can get kids back in the building sooner. All right, the next thing we've heard a lot about is instruction during quarantine. So a memo went out to school leaders regarding the expectations. So here are the expectations for everyone. All assignments and playlists are uploaded and current in the learning management system. This is no different than when I used to turn in weekly lesson plans. We just didn't have a learning management system at the time. I had to turn in my lesson plan book. This is what's going on in the classroom. Teachers are proactively communicating with students and parents when a student is out. We should be contacting our parents and our students, letting them know what's going on and that the information is uploaded, just having a conversation, whether it's via email, to keep open lines of communication. And again, this is an expectation across the board, not just COVID related. We return phone calls and emails within 24 hours. That would help when folks have a question or concern that we're addressing those quickly. So this is where we said all teachers shall deliver instruction in at least one or more of the following ways. And I already heard our teacher of the year say when she's doing one of these things. You can have scheduled office hours where kids can Zoom in and get individual instruction by their teacher. Or record the lessons and upload them in your learning management system. So students at home, if they're sick, they can watch it at any time if they're not feeling well. Or third, the option for students to Zoom into their assigned class period. And I also heard you say that doesn't work in every situation because either the groups in front of you or the group at home suffers. So I believe our teachers are the educational experts, and based on their the content they're delivering, they decide one of these three. But one of these three shall be implemented. So we're not sending kids home with paper packets and saying, see you in 10 days. That should not be happening.
We're hearing some comments from parents, and clearly we have teachers going beyond the call of duty. On the other hand, you have parents saying, for them simply to say, check Google or Canvas, if I don't know how to get into that, all's for naught. I want to give kudos as a teacher at HMS who provides tutorial sessions. But again, we need to monitor this with fidelity. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time.
I agree. And again, just like an administrator would check lesson plans, and I know in a larger school, they divvy out, they have departments. You can go in as the leader in the building and check the assignments and the playlist and make sure they're current. And students should have been provided when they had their device, like trainings on how to get in to the different learning management systems so that they can complete their work. And I hear our teacher of the year, and I will certainly, I'm certainly open to her sharing any of this, uploading the actual lesson, which sometimes is better than Zooming in because they can watch it multiple times. If they're confused, they can rewind and watch it again. So I agree, and we continue to work on not sending home paper packets or there's your assignments, get to them when you can. That's not quality instruction, and that's not our expectation. So I agree with you, and I also agree that there are teachers that are really doing all three of these things as well. So would you like to speak to that?
It's just hard to do. Like I recorded my lesson and I uploaded it and I Zoomed with my kids the other day. It's hard to do. It's hard to keep up with the quarantine. They're constantly changing. Some of them are 10, some of them are longer because they have to start after their parent, is done with their quarantine. It's just a lot to keep up with. And so, and just trying to be transparent, it's challenging, I think, for teachers to implement this right now. And I think it was important to me because it happened to my children. And so it was important for me to push through so it wouldn't happen to other people's children. And, but there's just a lot going on right now. So I just think it's going to be challenging for teachers to do, but I do think that it's important.
Right. And so that's why we gave the three options, this, or this. And the teacher, based on the makeup of the classroom, the content they're teaching, some subjects lend themselves better to a Zoom lesson than others. We kind of deferred that back, but certainly there should be some type of contact and interaction with the students when they're quarantined.
Dr. Miller.
How long does it, well, I guess it depends on the course itself and what's being taught, but
hello.
You think on an average, how long do you think it will take for a teacher to record a lesson?
Like just not a lesson that I'm teaching, but just sitting in front of.
Not a lesson you're teaching, but that's what.
No, just with no students in front of me, just teaching. It depends, it depends on the lesson. Maybe, it depends on the lesson. It just does. And then you have planning, grades, quarantines, it's just, I don't know when I would have time. I would just record my Zoom because I'm doing it then. So,
Can you hear me, Ms. Alpart?
At my school, we haven't got to that point yet to set up. We do have, I think it's probably like an hour.
Okay, maybe something's going on.
Follows you around, yeah, when you.
Yeah, we have those at our school. So that would probably be the best thing for me to do, because then I could record it while I'm doing it and then upload it. But yeah, I don't think I would have time to record the lesson.
So the best thing, what I hear you say, that the best way to do it, you think, is that while you're teaching a particular lesson, that lesson be recorded.
Yeah.
And then have it.
Yeah.
And that way too, all the kids that are home are getting the same instruction.
Right.
As the ones that are in front of you.
Yeah.
All righty, next section, mask. You're aware, in August, you made the decision to require mask, ages 2 through grade 13. Since that meeting, you're aware that now there's a state law that requires you to adopt a policy. We had just adopted a procedure, but now an actual policy. And that
maybe it's both of us.
Shall vote at least once a month on whether the face covering policy should be modified. So each month, you now actually will vote on the face covering policy. And after this presentation, that will be the policy I present to you. All right, next one. I know we were watching this. These are the North Carolina LEAs that require masks now. And you see we have 3 districts where they're optional, but the rest of the state, they're now required. All righty.
Yes, Stephanie was trying to weigh in.
Ms. Alpart?
Are you able to hear me? Stephanie was trying to weigh in. We see from, not good to hear.
Yeah, bad connection. He had mentioned once he had bad weather where he was, and that could be what's going on at this point. We'll try to come back.
Yeah. How about if I keep going, Ms. Smith, we'll see if she can. Okay, so mask exemptions, I did want to give you an update on that. We've actually had 53, but I put 51 since 2 are kind of in limbo, so you didn't think we denied those. We've had 51 requests, 27 approved. Of the ones not approved, they either did not have the medical documentation, or we've actually had parents request an exemption and the doctor recommended they not be exempt due to the nature and the health issues of the child. I want this made clear. I know that you were asked that this week. We are not going against the doctor's orders for mask exemption. Some doctors are actually saying we don't think this child, we think it's they should be wearing a mask. So we're not asking the child's medical condition. We're asking, do one of these things apply? And they just check the box and sign it as a medical provider. So I wanted to make that clear as well. All right, so that is your COVID update. And if you would like me to roll right into the policy, I will be happy to do that because this will require a vote. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about COVID.
Okay.
Okay, so the COVID update. How long did it take y'all to get that information to her? Like how much time of your day? And I'm imagining based upon the time we get it from Dr. Miller, everybody's doing this after y'all go home, right? Daily. The daily piece.
So can we get communication from a nurse that a student has tested positive? We have a tick sheet, and so we keep it. At that point, we send a text to Dr. Miller, letting her know. But yesterday, we were rolling pretty hard. I mean, we were getting them faster than we could almost enter them in. So by the time we get the information and we send it to Dr. Miller, before we send it to Dr. Miller, we have done all our contact tracing as well, because we want her to know how many direct contacts there are, and if there is a classroom or school that may be in jeopardy of being closed or shut down, related on the number of students that are going to be quarantined. So it can be anywhere from, I mean, we can send it to her anywhere from 15 minutes, or it could take us 2 hours. It just depends on the mass of numbers that are involved.
Okay, and then once you get it from them, how long does it take you to fool around with it?
Well, it depends on the number of quarantines. I will note to the board, I sent it in a different format last night, and it didn't have each person and how many quarantines. It just had the total quarantines. And I think that would serve them well too, not to have to text me every time we have a positive. They have a spreadsheet, and I can review that at night, and that information came directly from the spreadsheet. And you saw every school and if there was a staff. Or
Yeah, I liked it better in last night's format than what I've been getting.
Well, if that is okay, then that's the way I would start sending it, and you guys don't have to text me and spend time telling me. You can actually, do the work you need to do. So, and I'll just go to the spreadsheet each night to report. Okay, perfect.
So in my mind, as you say that, though, I'm thinking if you were to turn that over to the health department, that whole thing would be slowed down to a halt, wouldn't it?
Well, probably would be slowed down. I know the agencies that we talked to last week were telling us they could give us reports twice daily, once daily, how in any format, any way we wanted it, and we could depend on that. So, that was the nice thing that we forward to pay, I guess.
You should get that, yeah.
But yeah, it would be slower, yes. You might not get something daily.
But isn't the health department required to do at minimum, a weekly update, a weekly number? Have to report.
I think there's a closure, correct? Or a cluster.
They're reporting to the state, I'm sure.
That's what I'm saying. So how often are they reporting to the state, I wonder?
So they have a system of NCS, and they update, I guess they upload any positive that they know about, they go into that, and they know about all positives. Even if you live in this county and you're tested over in Pamlico or Onslow, they're notified that you tested positive in that county, and so they get that report, they upload those to NCS, and that's probably every day.
But what are the other health departments doing? Amy, do you know what are the other health departments doing as far as reporting for their school systems?
That I don't know. Actually, this week, I could pose that question.
Could you? That would be great. Thank you so much.
All right, the next item is the face covering policy. This came from the School Boards Association with one change. In section A, it said masks are required. This is the original policy, are required in crowded outdoor settings during activities that involve close contact with other people. That has not been the policy we're working under. For example, football games. So I edited this based on our current policy, and I wanted to be transparent with the board. We put masks are highly recommended in crowded outdoor settings and during activities that involve sustained close contact with other people. Student and staff who are participating in extracurricular activities shall follow the guidelines issued for those activities, even when those events occur in outdoor settings. So I wanted to make clear that we didn't put they're highly recommended in outdoor settings, that we made it clear that's for the general public attending an event, but for our students participating as a student in one of our clubs or band or athletic events, that they shall follow the guidelines that we have issued for that particular activity. Other than that, the policy is exactly as the school boards recommended, and I bring that to you today for approval, and I will be bringing it back to you every month, either to continue to approve the policy or to, at some point, if you go with mask optional, I will have a policy for that time when you're ready to do that, or And I look forward to the day that this policy is no longer even necessary. But this policy that you're adopting is only for this current school year. So it is clear that it's only during the 21-22 school year. So I'll make that clear. That's only for this year. So I'm open to any questions you might have about the policy. Otherwise, I'm recommending per state law that you adopt this policy.
Any questions? You want to adopt it now, today, or to put it to the consent agenda Thursday night?
That is up to the board. I'm certainly open to either one if you would like to wait until Thursday night.
I would.
So that you can hear additional public input. I think that the public would like to be able to weigh in.
We can do it Thursday night.
But I do like putting it on the consent agenda with other things. We can pull it off if we need to.
Okay, perfect. So can we move this to the consent agenda for Thursday night? Is there, what other items do we have? I didn't know I'd be up here this long.
Oh, the equity, that is simply an update. That is an item that the board wanted me to get an update on.
As you're aware, about a year ago, we engaged with a company to discuss equity and to look into providing all students an equal opportunity for educational excellence. So we have reached out and are looking to re-engage. We were at the point of setting up surveys, and I wanted the board to know that we've not dropped that work, that I reached out and have received a response, and we'll be scheduling a time for cabinet to re-engage with them and prepare the survey that will go out regarding equity. And based on those results and their equity study, they will bring recommendations of things we can implement in Craven County schools to ensure all kids have an equal opportunity to education. So it was simply an update.
I have a question. At some point, I thought that this particular company was going to talk with the board as well.
And they will. They're designing the survey, and then we certainly can, I can make that happen next month if you would like for them to zoom in and kind of give you an update on where we are. And yes, they would talk with the board prior to and at the end of their equity audit and make recommendation, whether it be policy, procedures, programming that we need to do to make sure we're meeting the needs of all students. So I can ask them when we meet with them, in what stage of the audit do they engage with the board?
Is Bruce headed out?
Already done.
No.
We got sent a copy of it to approve. I never heard anything else about it.
It was never sent out.
Never.
It wasn't sent to us?
It was never, the survey was never sent out for response.
Right, but the survey was done and sent to the board. So you're saying that you have to, but they don't need to start another whole survey?
No. We're going to review that, make sure it's still current, and that is still the way we want to go with the survey. I know there was some concern with some of the survey questions. So we can take a look at those again, and I will send those to the board to review again to make sure we're still where we need to be. But I wanted you to hear from us that we have not dropped that work. And I think that's all the items I have for you today.
Thank you, Dr. Miller, for your report. Under the chairman's report, we are to, I guess we need to know who's going to the annual conference, which will be November 11th through the 13th, Greensboro. And from those persons, we need to get someone to be our delegates. Last year, it was Ms. Clark, Ms. King, Mr. Alpart, Kim, and Ms. Clark was an alternate. I'm not going this year, so I'm limiting myself. So how many of you plan to attend the Greensboro conference?
It's hard for me to say right now.
Okay. So we need to get some, we have to turn some names in, some delegate names. So I'm not going. I'm not doing any traveling among COVID.
I won't be going.
I won't be going, but I'm sure Carr will be going.
He can be a delegate.
So he could be one. Are you
Mr.
going?
Alpart can be a delegate. Are you going, Ms. Muse?
I would like to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I will be there.
One side of the fence or the other, depending on what I have going on. Because I haven't fixed them to the floor.
understand it.
Yes, I'm Madam Chair. Before, I think I heard Mr. Alcock say he would be there.
I'll know by then.
So can we, say that Mr. Alcock will be one of yours and then?
We'll say that Mr. Alcock and possibly Kelly.
Yes.
And I will reach out to the board again prior to the deadline to see if anyone else would like to participate.
Okay.
Does going mean going all 3 days? Will you all ask school will be going?
Usually they leave on Sunday,
Okay.
Sunday evening, come back on Tuesday.
In my younger days, I drive up that morning, but usually Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday.
And, I always left early because I always had.
Myra said leave it on Wednesday.
Y'all have money.
Okay.
Dates again?
November 11th, 12th, and 13th.
I'll be out of,
12th and 13th,
okay.
November 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Yes. I'll be out of town those days.
And the
I'm already out of town.
main work,
I'm sorry.
yeah, the main work, 11th and 12th.
Okay, see, Mr.
That's
Alpott,
what I want to be there for.
it seems like Mr. Alpott is the only one that we're sure is attending. Kelly is a possibility, and Victor is not sure as well. So Mr. Alpott will be one of the candidates, will be one of the delegates because he is attending. And Kelly will let us know whether or not she'll be able to attend. And Victor, we would like to know if you want to attend so that we can use the as delegates. Okay, thank you. And I would like to say this, and I don't want to say this, but I need to say this. I have gotten some concerns from some administrators, and they are concerned about us as school board members, about the way that we approach them sometimes. And I don't think that any of us mean any harm about the way that we approach them. But we don't need to approach them in a manner that they're going to feel intimidated by us. Because it's not our job to intimidate anybody. We are not the evaluators of our administrators in the school. If these administrators are having problems in the school, or if parents are calling us to complain about an administrator, it's not our job to go to that school and tell the administrator about the complaints that are being against them. It is our job. The process is that we will let Dr. Miller know. And her team, whoever doing, they will be the one to decide how that is going to be handled. Our job is to encourage them. And we know that nobody's perfect. And we know that all administrators at one time or another will receive a complaint from a parent or from a student or from a teacher. So that complaint, we are not private detectives. We are not investigators. We don't do that. If we're going to visit a school, it is to encourage those people. It is to encourage the teachers. It is to work with them. But it is not to go there and say, well, listen, I hear that you're doing this in your school and you're doing that. That's not our job. We don't need to do that because that does not build a good relationship with our administrators. And we need to be trying to build a good relationship with everybody. So I don't want to be in a situation where I feel like we're intimidating anybody. And we don't want that attached to our names because we could be the reason some people will leave if they feel like they're being intimidated by us. So that's all of the process. And we have teachers, we already know what the process is. So let's follow the process and start trying to reinvent. We don't need to do that. We need to stay above, stay where we are. Don't go below the line. Just stay where we are. Do what I'm not a superintendent. I am a certified superintendent, yes. But I am not Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller is the only superintendent in Craven County School. So if there are problems, we need to turn them over to her. She knows how to address it and what people are going to address the problem. And that way it avoids confusion. People won't go to work, feel intimidated. Who's going to visit my school today because a parent called about me? We don't do that. I've been on this board 15 years. And I've never gone to any school to tell a teacher or an administrator, a parent said this about you, or somebody said that. Is not our job to do that. And if you all are guilty of doing that, please stop doing that, okay? We don't need to do that. We don't need that. We just don't need to do that. That's all I have to say. Ms. Kim.
Our goal work we'll be doing it at our retreat on the 20th. And I hope that part of that retreat, we can reset our goal work calendar and get those realigned. Because right now we're kind of scattered and who's doing what. So if we could have a portion of that time, Ms. Lee and Dr. Miller, to reset that calendar.
That's the 20th, everybody.
It's Monday?
Yes. At the History Center. I'll send that behind, but make sure you don't take that off the calendar.
Okay.
Work very hard. She's got some great things planned for you that day.
Looking forward to that.
Okay.
Have any being items? No being items? Okay.
I'll add a bin item. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Mr. Alpart.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know that I spent the last 2 days doing evaluations of applications for State Superintendent of the Year. That announcement, we will have interviews on October 1st, and then that announcement will come during the annual meeting. When I hear about some of our practices individually, I think it's because people haven't had enough exposure to what this job really is. It's not a job that the community tells you what it is. It's a job that is pretty well laid out by statute. And without trainings and without being elbow to elbow with other board members across the state and gaining understanding that way, I think we come up short. That's why I do ask that people, if they can, attend the annual meeting. Many opportunities for breakout sessions and to learn more about the work that we do. I will be virtual on Thursday night because I'll be coming from the Hampton in Raleigh. We have the Board of Directors meeting for the School Board Association Friday, and I plan to be in attendance for that. So apologies for not being there in person Thursday.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alpart. Any more comments? Was that it for you, Ms.? Yeah.
That was it for the goal work.
All right, Dr. Dorr, I'm talking about Dr. Dorr, but that's a heart. Okay. Dr. Miller, will you please give us a plus delta evaluation?
So thinking about the goals of today's meeting, what helped you accomplish those goals? What pluses do you have to celebrate?
The presentations were wonderful. From Dr. Diggs and Dr. Lee.
Student and parent participation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pleased with the uptick in our scores and data. I really appreciate Nurse Amy's transparency and honesty about their situation.
Mm-hmm.
Having our teacher of the year in the room and her input.
Oh yeah, she's funny. Oh, I really like her.
I like the questions that were posed by the board members. And at the same time, while they were writing the question, Dr. Miller, I like you giving an answer right then and giving us some ideas to where to go. So I'm saying the input from the board members and in reference to the presentation and also with you plugging into what they were asking. Yes.
I think the flow and the order that was maintained helped the meeting go smoothly as well. Okay. I'm used to hearing myself so loud when I speak. Okay, you heard me loud too, huh?
Any other pluses?
Character word of the month is respect, and I think that all of us exemplified that today.
Everybody participated. I really enjoyed the student participation. I really, they were a breath of fresh air. They gave us a lot of good ideas and things to think about. And they, to me, it was just a good representation of the students that we have in our system. And so I think they were great. And I just like their participation.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
You can text your teachers later.
Oh, we already did.
Extra credit.
Extra credit.
She said she's gonna buy me lunch, so.
Any other pluses today?
Dr. Miller, I like the pacing guide, monitoring guide, because I think that's really gonna help with instructional practices for our teachers. Could you hear me?
We got you.
Okay.
Any other pluses? All right, endeavor to continuously improve and even be better next time. How can we improve?
Our timing, which it was a great discussion, but we work on our timing.
Okay, anything else? Would be better yet?
I think we got off task a little bit for a while, and it was not idle stuff. It was good stuff, but we got off task a little bit and had to bring it back in. But good dialogue though, but it was off task a little bit.
All right, any other helpers?
I want to add one, and I'm trying to make sure I put it correctly or the best I can. I think sometimes we don't understand how to separate idealism from realism. I think sometimes we think we're looking at things idealistically, but we're dealing with something that is very real. And we need to remember that.
Any other helpers? All right, Ms. Bowers, we need to go back and make sure we catch everything. Correct.
Presentation will run for Dr. Davis and Michelle Reed, student count input, up-to down score and data, nurse Annie's honesty and transparency, teacher of the year, input from board members in reference to the presentation and Dr. Davis input, the order that was maintained, character word of the month, the spirit of the interest to simplify, everybody participated. Pacing guide, volunteer guide, the gentleman will work on our planning. We got our task a little bit. We don't understand how to separate idealistic with the real. All right, that's everybody's thought.
Yes. Thank you. I entertain a motion at this time that we go into closed session.
Hey, well, let me find.
It has been moved and second that we go into closed session. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
We gotta read it.
Aye. Oh, I'm sorry.
We gotta read it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Read it.
Yeah, to go into closed session to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, or condition of appointment of a public officer or employee or prospective public officer or an employee in accordance with NCGS 143-318-11, subsection A6, and to consult with an attorney in order to protect the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which is hereby acknowledged in accordance with NCGS 143-318-11, subsection A3.
All right, we're in closed session. We're going to closed session. Thank you again, our students and our parents for coming out. We appreciate you coming today and for your participation. Board members, let's take a board members.